shows up now. One day, maybe I'll get a what do you call it? Oh, that's hot. I'll get a profile banner picture thing made, but I mean, until then, you'll just have to accept my face as the thing. One person is watching. I think that's me. I don't know. I don't know if that counts. This is the game plan. Everything has changed. First thing I'll do is check the comments. What? Let me see. Okay, so this person doesn't know how to read subtext, which I guess makes sense because he says he reads out of trash Chinese books. So I'm just ignore that. Chapter 111. Yeah, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. Reading Horizon. Hey, welcome. Yeah, Reading Horizon is it's an IQ test. It's a literacy test and an IQ test. That's why I made the book the way it is. I mean, I don't know if anybody else coming because it's most of my Discord and stuff is on the other side of the world. So for them, it's like 2 a.m. now, right? Also, I did this thing. My account. I fixed my homepage for YouTube, right? Because none of this was showing up. But now when you go on my profile, it actually shows stuff. So it actually has stuff here. Because this isn't automatic, so like you have to choose what shows up here. So I made a writing one. Yeah. I'm like one of the few people in my Discord who lives in this hemisphere. A lot of them are like Egypt, Turkey, Germany. Some people from Spain. I'm gonna like my own stream real quick. Yeah. But this stuff wasn't intuitive for YouTube, which I assumed it was. So I made a writing 101 playlist. So like sometime next week I want to start filming more videos, but I'm waiting on a drawing thing because if I'm explaining stuff, right, I want to be able to show what the hell I'm talking about, but using Microsoft Paint just is not an option. So for example, my next video will be how to start writing. So I will how do I do this? Okay, I'll say, I'll just use one of my chapters, right? Using my content is always better because I don't want to make fun of anybody, right? So I will screenshot, well, copy. Fun fact, the program I use to screenshot is called Lightshot, which is where I got the name from the villain that I mentioned. Okay, so I would do this, but it would be like on paper, so it would be easier. So I could actually draw, and I would be like, okay, you wanna like start a chapter like this, then you come across and the dialogue, then you have a name here, right? So this is open quotes. This is, as you can see, it's difficult for me to draw on paint, right? And then this part is the name. So this is like very important. So I want to explain like how I structure all this stuff, how I structure mostly the empty space, because that's the most important stuff, right? The words are fine, but the open space is what you wanna check out a lot. So all of this stuff, this is what people don't teach, and it's literally what makes the difference between my book and like other books, right? So let me delete. Okay, how do I clear the whole page? Yeah, my specialty is dialogue, so it'll be a full breakdown on like dialogue. Okay, because what most people do, if I press, okay, god, painting in paint is very difficult for me, because so I rather just get the thing where I can actually draw it. I'll actually be able to draw it and it'll show up on the screen, and everybody will benefit, right? Because I'll split this in half. Okay, so this is in half now, and I hope you can see the lines properly. How do I change the thickness? Brush, watercolor brush, nope. Natural pencil, no. Marker, okay, that's better, but calligraphy pen, okay, calligraphy pen as well, I'll do. Okay, so I'll split this in half. I got a thicker one. It's a little fancy, but like it'll work for now, right? I can't change the settings on like this. Whatever, it'll work. So the left side is good, and the right side, as you can see, might like this is way easier on like paper. So left is good, right is bad. And what a lot of people will do is they'll have, this is the open quotes, right? And then they'll have dialogue, then they'll have more dialogue. So each line is literally a line, right? Then they'll have more dialogue, then they'll have more dialogue. And this is like on page 1, right? And then they'll have this, then they'll have a SAID. And nobody wants to read this garbage, right? Where's the, like, paint is so, why is paint so unintuitive? Okay, so you don't want to do the bad one. What you want is dialogue, short, then said, which said means literally said, right? Like, so you'd put name of the person or thing, whatever that is speaking, said, right? And then you would put said, comma, while, or not comma, you don't have to put comma. I spell comma because I want it to be read like that. You could put said while moving to his chair, okay? But for now, we'll leave all that stuff. So you put said, and then you continue the, I lost my cursor, okay. Then you continue the dialogue, right? Is a text thing? Okay, let me see. Text. Ooh. No, I think I'll stick with this for now. Alright. So, because the important thing isn't what I'm writing, it's what is. Do I want to just do it like that? Edit file. New. Don't save. I'll do text, right? I'll do one here. And how do I change the text size? I can put it on 18. Nope. 48. There we go. Okay, so Jesus Christ. 48, right? So you go open brackets, dialogue. This is the bad example, right? This is literally what most people do on their first page. Said, right? And then you have the next character go dialogue, 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 said, right? And then you go back to the first character, and then you just do this, and you just do it all over again, right? And this reads terribly. Or what they have, which is even worse, I'll remove one line because I want the space. Or what they have that'll be even worse is they will do some garbage like this, and they'll go here, they'll break up here, and they'll just have in a monologue, right? And this goes for like first person, third person, all the views, right? Right, so they'll have it like this, and sometimes it won't even be like subtle. God damn it! What did I just do? What did I just do? Okay, whatever. So this is what you want to avoid, right? And what you want is this. You want short dialogue, said, character intro, part 1, okay, short dialogue, oh god damn it, said. Actually, I'll just use dashes, right? Because I don't want to crowd it out too much, right? So, character intro part 1 is like this character's a detail about this character, right? So this one is just said, right? There's it full stop. It ends right there. Oh god damn! I did the thing again. Fuck. Goddamn text boxes. It was Carl something. 48 yeah, okay, right? And then so character intro part 1 is talking about the first character. It says part 1 because you only want to give a brief character trait, like how their voice sounds, or hair color, eye color, something about their face or something, or their outfit, if their outfit is important. If it's not important, just kind of ignore the outfit, right? Or just give it like a name, like military outfit or something like that, casual clothes. And then you go longer response, because ideally the first thing is a question, right? Said, Then you do light exposition, narration, no navel gazing, no inner monologue. Okay. And then you go back with said. No, sorry. Said character 1. And then character intro part 2. Right? Do this. And then welcome to the stream. I see we have a third person watching. A second person. I think I count as one viewer, right? So you do this. And then you can give, and then you ask a question ideally, right? But you give intro part 3. Right? Narration, exposition dump, navel gazing, inner monologue. This is like a good formula to use. You can use, right? So you don't want to do the one left, okay? B A T G O O T. Okay. Most people do the one on the left, and it sucks. The one on the right reads way better because the exposition dump, that like this piece here, takes up like a page sometimes, and it kills your readers. Let me reach for a book. I'll show you an actual book. Which one is book 1? This one. Okay, so I will give you an example, right? I wish I had like another camera good thing. I don't like how this book is kind of pretentious, but if you look here, I have to wait for the camera to like go on it because the stream is delayed. So I'm just like standing here with that book, holding the book up. I'm not sure if the camera can see it or not. Actually, this, no. I'm gonna literally take a picture of it, get it on my computer, and then I'll pull it up on screen. That's all. Simple. Right? 2 pictures. Power of smartphones. Send those pictures to myself. So I could actually like paint on it and stuff, draw on it. Where is the me? Nope. Breaking every kind of rule now by being on my phone. Gallery. I'll give you an example from like a famous author, right? So this will be like a good example of exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Save as desktop. Save as desktop. Right, okay. Let me show you. Nope, wrong one. Okay, so this is the intro for Mistborn, right? Sold how many of 1,000,000 copies? Well, I think it's 1,000,000 copies or something by now. Okay, and this is what you you don't want to do, right? Because Brandon Sanderson can break a lot of his own rules because he has a dedicated audience who knows what to expect from his books. But if you're a new writer, you don't have a big following of like 100,000 people, so you have to kind of ease them into your writing style and teach them how to read your books. Okay, so does this thing have an editing option? No. Okay, whatever. I want to try this actually. Ah, damn it. I can't even paint. Oh, here it is. Okay. This is peak. Okay. I'm gonna write over all his books. Okay. So Ash fell from the sky. This right here, actually let me do this. This right here is not something you need. So for example, The Martian, the book The Martian starts with a line like I'm totally fucked, right? His first sentence is dialogue and it's expletive. Brandon Sanderson likes the grandiose epic feel, so he instantly wants to make you curious at the start, right? Because his passion isn't characters, it's world building. Characters kind of just form on their own for him. So you can see from the beginning, his passion is the world. So if your passion is the world, like Tolkien, right? The Lord of the Rings starts with like, in a hole there was a hobbit, and then he goes into like, not a dirty dark hole in the ground, but a hobbit hole, and was like luxurious or whatever. So this tells your reader exactly what to expect. And his readers expect epic world building. That's why they love his books. So he gets to do that, right? Then he starts with a character name and description right here. Lord Trusting frowned. And he doesn't describe what Lord Trusting looks like, right? Because you don't have to do the whole wide camera shot describing the whole character before they speak. People think you have to do that because films do that, because films are naturally visual. So you see people before they start talking most of the time. But in a book, this is why I said I broke character intro into multiple parts, right? Because you can describe one feature at a time as you go along the scene. So you go Ash fell from the sky, and then Lord Trusting frown, action. Then he glances up at the ruddy midday sky, right? So he's describing the sky again. Everything so far is about the sky and how this guy frowns when he watches the ash fall from it. Right? And then opening the parasol, I actually had to Google this because like, yeah, but just like umbrella or whatever the fuck. Right? And he has a distinguished guest. So distinguished guest implies this person is important. And if they are a guest of Lord Trusting, then it implies Lord Trusting is important. So everything he's done so far is world building and some character building that Lord Trusting is kind of annoyed by all the ash. Okay? But for the average reader, this big block of text, right, which is all world building basically, is unacceptable. This right here will make people drop your book immediately. So do not do this unless you have a dedicated reading base or you are going for the epic world building approach first, because people fail to realize that like if you have to choose between plot, world building, and character always wins. The plot does not matter, okay? The character is 90% of the book, and the other two make up the 10%. Brandon Sanderson flips it a bit because he sells the audience on an epic world, and he adds character after as a vehicle to explore the world. This is not a good thing for like new writers to try to do. Well, people who aren't famous ideally, right? Because if somebody for the first time ever picks up your book and this is the first paragraph, they are not going to like be excited to read the rest, because all you've told them is this guy's sad, he's in a meeting, and ashes falling from the sky. You haven't told them jack shit. Okay? And I made this mistake at the start of all my books, actually. So this is what I actually wanted to teach people, because all the writing courses will be like, you need a epic one-liner to start your book, and you need to start the world building immediately, because they see examples like this, but they fail to realize he gets away with this shit because he's Brandon Sanderson. Okay, he is the exception. J.K. Rowling can start up her next series, and it can have like a 5-page Wikipedia document at the start of it, and she'll get away with it. And some idiot is gonna be like, well, if it worked for her, it should work for me, right? I was like, no, you didn't make $1 billion by writing Harry Potter, okay? She has every Harry Potter nerd in the world trusting her, and they're buying her next book without even knowing anything about it, because they're thinking, she wrote Harry Potter, so this will probably be good too. But you don't have that luxury. So this is what my next YouTube video will be about. Like a lot of it will be about this. And I'll actually use this as an example, right? So you don't want to do this shit, because everything, this entire thing, puts people to sleep. Everything here puts people to sleep. If he wasn't Brandon Sanderson, this would be absolute garbage. Like, there is an audience for it, but like, you have to know what you're going for. And this is the thing I spoke about earlier with the learning curve, because this learning curve is like, it's like this. It's very steep at the start, right? And here, he's still doing world building. Everything here is world building. Everything. There's no dialogue in this first like 300 words. Yeah. This is like, I think this is objectively terrible writing. But he gets away with it because his audience expects this, right? And let's go to the next one where they actually start talking, right? Where is it? Paint, right? Okay, so world building here still. What the hell? I'm in again. Okay. World building starts here, right? So all of this is world building. He didn't even need to do this, so this is just bad writing, I think. They were better than that. This line is okay. This need to be here. This need to be here. This did not need to be here, right? This did not need to be here. And this is why his books are like 300,000 words, because all this shit could have been cut out, right? So this, where is it? Like, green, right? This detail here is good. The passing whip of the Taskmaster, that's good. Everything else, we didn't need all that, right? So his book should have actually started here. Oh my god, this would have been a good place to start the book. His book should have started here, with this guy talking about owning slaves. This would have set the entire tone, right? Rather than all that shit about ash and dust and how he doesn't like his clothes and how there's a riverboat and he's rich so he gets... Nobody gives a fuck about that, bro. Start your book here. The first 500 words could have been cut out, right? And look, this is literally what I was talking about, right? Small character action right here into small dialogue, into a said, into bigger dialogue. This is literally it. He didn't need all that shit before, because all that stuff is literally just him talking about how the slaves get whipped on the plantation and how their spirits are broken. But he could have done all this and then Is any of this shit after it useful? God. This should have come after this. This is in the wrong sequence order, right? So he didn't need all that shit before it, right? This would have dropped the barrier to entry for this book way lower. Because the first thing you see is Lord Trusting being a dick and you wanted to lose. This is the prologue, so you start with the film most of the time, right? This book has like 2 prologues, I think. No, 2? 1? Way of Kings has like 3. So the green is good. This one, actually, this one is now white because this green part repeats everything that he said with the green. So he didn't need all that shit, right? And then this is all setting atmosphere. So you swap them, right? You have this person, the obligator. You have him walk. So this would actually be, oh my god, this is a perfect example, right? This would actually be exactly what I was talking about. So the first green part here would be the said, right? And this part here would come down here at the light exposition part, right? And then this piece down here with the dialogue, all of this would have literally just come here. So you would have gotten like, it would have been so much easier to digest for new readers rather than this block of bullshit you have to get through before people start talking. Okay? Because what he basically did was the Game of Thrones intro, that like 10-minute long fucking intro where they go through the entire continent and they show you all the kingdoms being built and all that. That takes like 5 minutes to get through. That's loud as shit for no reason. That's what he did for the first 500 words. And then we got into this scene. So why not just do what everybody who watches Netflix does and skip the intro and get into this scene? This example worked out perfectly because like he basically did all this bullshit but like worse because he had exposition dump at the top 2. So he had 2 exposition dumps and then like every other thing was exposition dump. So like in this chapter 1 is like, well, this prologue, sorry, is just shitty writing so far. Right? The content is good, but just the sequence and it tries too hard to be grandiose. Especially for someone who claims he writes window pane, and for like new people, no, it's not. Okay, so all this stuff is good. That's the green stuff, right? If I do this green, I don't know. Okay. So all this is text. This guy should be walking towards Lord Trusting, so you would get an excuse to basically pan the camera from Lord Trusting looking over the slaves to this guy walking while cracking a whip at them to show you that like they actually like are cruel to them, right? Because so far it's all hearsay, but now you see it. You see him being a dick. And then the dialogue so far, the dialogue here, I don't really care what they're saying, I care about the structure. So the dialogue here, over half a dozen or so. Over half dozen or so. Some to beating, some to exhaustion. This is the same shit that he does too much in my opinion. We don't need this shit. We understand the implication. Right? So this comes here. No. I'm going over like the first chapter of Mistborn. Or the prologue, sorry, and like how the structure is not inviting to like readers. The structure is very unfriendly, right? Because it just makes you have to jump into like a level 10 difficulty book for no reason. And it drags so much at the start. essentially what I'm going to cover so far is like how to not make people drop your book after one page, because Mistborn has the advantage of like it's a physical book, so people buy a physical book, which means you can afford to make the first 2 or 3 chapters kind of slow because people already paid you, they already bought all of this, so a lot of them are just gonna try to get through the book, right? Which is why a lot of books can have a slow start but need a good ending and they'll be fine, right? But for web novel, it is the opposite. The ending can be okay, or for digital books in general, the ending can be okay, but the start has to be like pristine, because the moment somebody doesn't like your book, they're just gonna remove it from your library and leave a 1-star review, and then that's it, you'll never get them back again. But if you're selling physical books, you can afford to have a shitty start like this book, and it'll work out because people are just gonna buy the whole book, and then they're gonna read 2 pages, and they're gonna be like, you know what, I'll just power through it because it's the first chapter, right? And then they'll get a part that or a character they like, and then they'll read the entire book. But we who write stuff online, or in your case, Lamar, because you write thriller mysteries, right? You have to start strong because you write a novella, so that's like 30,000 words, right? And the purpose of a thriller mystery, yeah, I got 50 pages into Mistborn and I dropped that. I dropped it. I'm not going back to it until I have to go back to it for like for YouTube content. So I'll like read it, pick out what I learned, pick out what I didn't like, pick out what I liked, and make a video about it. Because a lot of this shit people keep doing, and it's killing their writing career because the start of their books drag. And people have so many options now that the moment your book gets boring, they put it down and they pick up something else. Or in my case, they will just drop your book entirely because I write on web novels, so the competition is way more because everything on web novel, well, most things on web novel are free, right? So the green stuff is good. So this stuff is actually good, but he should add runaways here. You don't need this. The red stuff I crossed out is subtext. He has this thing in his books where he says the subtext out loud because it's for character development or whatever. But it's basically him screaming in your ear, feel sorry for these people. This is sounding kind of like a rant, but I'm just telling you like the lessons I learned from it, right? And this is the thing that made me drop the book because he's very heavy-handed with telling you how to feel and which characters he wants you to get attached to, right? He clearly has like a character agenda of like who he wants the audience to like, and I just don't like that. I like to just experience a story that feels alive. So for me, it just doesn't work. So put this here, and then you can keep this dialogue, right? And then this stuff is good. This green stuff is good. Doesn't really matter the content. It gets the message across, right? And then yeah, this green stuff is good too. If he puts the world building this far down. The problem is most of this goddamn page is probably going to be world building too. Now it has a good bit of dialogue here, but like that page doesn't matter. I'm not going through that. So what he did is literally this is literally what I tell people not to do. He did the bad one. He did the left side. What I'm teaching is the right side. This side is terrible because this side. Well, I mean, Machili, I rewrote your book and I gave you an example, right? Yours was the left and I made it the right side. But like if you're competing online and you're giving away your book for free, especially in like a fan fiction setting where everybody else do it for free as well, so the competition is infinitely higher, then you can't afford to make these mistakes. You have to essentially like try to get it as perfect as possible from the start. So you can feel free to take a screenshot of this if you want. This is like a good cheat sheet, and this is something I've learned after I started Horizon. So the first chapter of Horizon, like I'll okay, I can't. There's nothing under here, right? So you can take a screenshot if you want. So this is like a good cheat sheet. I'll put it in the I'll put it in Discord, a proper shot, a proper thing, right? It's in the Discord now. Because that's a good cheat sheet. That's basically how I view every single chapter, right? Yeah, that's how I view every single chapter. Because the first chapter of Horizon does not start like that. Because after you go to World Info, it instantly starts with goddamn what do you call it? Exposition. This all here, all of this here, from here to down here, is world building. This should not be here. If I wrote this note my current skill level, I would have this, right? This reference, and then I would just start the chapter here. The chapter literally start right here. Because nothing that comes before it, almost nothing that comes before it matters. At least for this chapter. So this is where I would start chapter 1. In the dialogue. It's instantly start with dialogue. And I would space this out better. So I break this up. I'd have him talk a bit more after she said this. I'd have her talk a bit more after she said this, rather than have this massive block of text and then this one thing. So this is a slightly better version of the left. No, sorry. It's a slightly worse version of this side, right? At the start. No. It's a slightly better version of the left side, right? And then as it goes on, like here where they talk more and more and more, it goes to the right side. But if I did chapter 1 of Horizon now, it would only be the right side. And that's why if I go to the Marvel book, right, if I go to page 1 of that, chapter 1 of that, sorry, you will see, this is technically chapter 1, but this is like an intro chapter. You will see it starts with very brief character description, because I need to get it out of the way that, like, I need to quickly get it out of the way of what people expect, right? I have to break, for this story, I have to break expectations immediately. So I have a brief character description, right? And the purpose of this is juxtaposition. So this is a completely normal person, right? And then the dialogue starts, right? And then it's short dialogue bits, and it says a younger voice responds, right? And this is what I was talking about. A younger voice responds. And this is what I'm talking about here. When I say character intro part 1, I don't go a younger voice responds and then I go into a full character description. I just say, okay, this person is younger than him. And then it keeps on going and going and going. And then this right here is why I had all of this before dialogue. This line. So I had all of this, and then I have this here linked to it. And this dialogue breaks it up, right? Because this connects the normal and the strange. They always tell you blend the normal and the strange in your books. But if you want good juxtaposition, you have to show the normal, then make a bridge to the strange. So the normal is middle-aged dad walking up the stairs with coffee, and he's tired and he's going to check on his son, right? Well, he's going to check on somebody, right? So that's the normal. He goes up the stairs. The hint is it's his son, right? A younger voice responds, and the man opens his door, and also the name is Adam. So like you're probably guessing, okay, that's probably his son, right? And then the strange is that his son's walking on the ceiling, and it instantly pulls the audience into, okay, so we didn't take like 5 pages to get into the fantastical stuff in this book. We literally just had a guy walk up the stairs, right? And his son's walking on the ceiling. Right? It's way better. Now I had to do this part because I wanted the juxtaposition, right? Because this is like a modern setting. This is a modern setting, not urban setting, right? So people can compare this to our actual world. But if you don't have a base of comparison, like if your entire book happens in like a sci-fi fantasy world like Star Wars or something, skip this first part, right? Yeah, skip this first part, then go directly into dialogue and strange, because they already know what they're getting into. But for me, I had to ease them into this book. You envy me? Why do you envy me? I envy you, because like I had nobody who did 10,000 hours of practice and research and was just willing to give me for free. I envy you. I wish I had me. I had to figure this out myself, and it sucked, but it was fun. But yeah, like this is after like I've written almost 2 million words, and this is what I've come up with for the structure of every scene, which is why people always say like your chapters feel so short, or like the character interactions feel so natural, and it's literally because of this pattern. I've solved it, and I do say solved it. Like I am that arrogant to say I solved it because I mean it's working. I've written over 350 chapters of a book with no plot, just because I got this right. Because Horizon has no plot, which is actually what caused me to like start pulling my hair out this week. Because fun fact, I have no chapters for Horizon written right now. Like I have actually none. The chapter you all got today is the chapter I wrote 5 a.m. this morning, right? Because I had this whole massive plot planned out for like the villains attacking UA, and I had like Horizon and his team wouldn't be involved, right? Because Dabi's Shigaraki's plan would work, but then Bakugo, Todoroki, and Deku would just fool them and Aizawa, right? And it would cut off the fight would cut off at a point where like the villains get trapped get pulled in by the warp gate, and it's because God, what's that guy's name? Guy with the copy quirk from class 2A, Monoma, who we see like hinted that he's been practicing warp gate with Aizawa in the background, right? They showed this like a while back when Horizon came back to the school after Horizon's court case, right? The villains were like, okay, the warp gate was safe, and the audience is supposed to think that it's safe too. And then after it's all done, Monoma spits them out of the warp gate because it was him using it, not Kurogiri. But some people, not some people, sorry, I failed because it's all on me because I'm the writer. I failed to properly pace Horizon and the character. Starting as class 5 mutants, okay. I'm currently adding anything it's in my library. I'm currently adding anything that's like Marvel into my library. Right. Okay, so I failed pretty damn hard at the pacing. So this entire like 15 chapters I had planned out, I got rid of it. I just got rid of it because I failed to realize that like in making Shigaraki look competent, I was making Horizon look too incompetent, right? Because Horizon's whole thing is that he has blind spots, and his blind spot is where her Pantu kind of excels, right? Because she excels in controlling people, and he excels in like hands-on. Yeah, oh, it's really good. Okay, I'll definitely check it out. I'm reading like everything Marvel, like even like my tabs on top here are all Marvel stuff right now, except the Patreon. But like everything up here is Marvel, yeah. But like where's the comment? It's in the comments, right? Ooh, what is this? Yeah, see? People are questioning his competency because of all these things. People is questioning his competency because the villains, with how competent Horizon is, there should be no villain in Japan anymore. Like he should have packed them up a long time ago. Which he admitted like last volume that like he didn't really give a shit about Shigaraki and they. So it's only in this volume, at the beginning of this volume, when he spoke to Pantu and she was like, it's time to deal with the League of Villains, he was like, fine, I'll do it, right? But I had like 15 more chapters planned of like the League of Villains doing their thing, and 10 of those, or like 8 of those chapters were the battle at UA, where like the Suicide Team attacks UA. And I had like the list of Nomu and how strong they would be, and where everybody would be in like the rooms fighting, and who would do what. And because I want to give everybody their moment. Well, not everybody, but like a lot of the main characters from 1A their moment. Particularly like Bakugo, Deku, and Todoroki. But then I realized like it was killing the pacing of the book, and I revealed a bit too early that his parents are dead. So now the only thing people think about is when the reveal comes that they're dead and how he reacts. So people want to get to that and they're getting exhausted waiting. So I needed to just cut out those chapters. So I literally just destroyed everything I had plotted out and written, and I just started over. So I have to write like chapters from scratch now, which sucks. All because my book has no plot. Because when your book has no plot, it's difficult to track progress. It's impossible to track progress on Horizon actually. Which is the point, right? This book has no progress and yeah, it has no progress and no plot. So it's purely character. Hawks fooling Horizon. He okay. The subtext, the main text is that Hawks is tricking Horizon and Pantu, right? The subtext, the very obvious subtext, because it says when it happens, right? Is that Pantu knows Hawks is lying, and her yeah, Horizon doesn't care about Hawks, but he knows what Pantu's quirk is, and he knows Pantu wants Japan safe and these villains gone, and he wants to trust her, right? He told Ryuko when they were in bed, right? When he revealed his identity to her, he told her he wants to have hope, so he's like holding on to hope, right? He in the back of his mind he knows his parents are dead, but he's praying that he's wrong. He wants to be wrong, so he wants to trust her. So when Hawks lies, and the woman with the lie detector quirk doesn't say anything, he assumes Hawks is telling the truth. That's the whole thing. The whole, like, the pillar supporting this thing is that Pantu isn't telling Horizon that Hawks is lying. Hawks does not know her quirk. Hawks doesn't know her quirk at all. Only Horizon knows her quirk. She didn't tell anybody. Like, as far as we know, only Horizon knows her quirk. So it's not Hawks tricking Horizon. It's Pantu tricking both of them. Why? We don't know. But if you look at the chapter where him and Shigaraki were like in the safe house talking, it gives you a pretty good idea of what her plan is. Because remember, I said like at the end of one of the chapters I had this line where it's like it's a chess game between 4 players. Right, or something like that. So one player is Horizon, one is Pantu, one is Nezu, and the fourth one is I mean it's pretty obvious who the fourth one is, but like yeah. So it's not Hawks tricking Horizon. It's Pantu playing everybody. That's why like every time she's in like a political scene with Horizon, she always wins. Like he's never politically beaten her. He's always had to resort to violence. Anytime she has the upper hand, he's always like, yeah, all for one's the last player. And I already told everybody what's gonna happen in this book. Like they know, like y'all know, I literally said it. I literally said exactly what's gonna happen. Because if you're writing third person omniscient, this is the benefit. This is why people write third person omniscient, right? Because you can say things like this. Here it is. You can say things like this, right? Yeah. And right? But little did they know, right? This is literally the tagline for third person omniscient. But little did they know that everything went perfectly according to All for One's plan. That the dominoes have been lined up and perfectly set, and when they fall, Japan will fall with them, and the Demon Lord shall rise, reborn and stronger than ever. So we know who's gonna win the game of chess. People just kind of forgot about him because his plan was to make everybody forget about him. He told Ujiko that like he wants to get arrested because he doesn't want Pantu. Yeah, he told Ujiko he wants to get arrested because he doesn't want to be free because then Pantu would blame him for Horizon's parents dying. Right? He knew they died. The files he got from Ujiko before he fought All Might was the files about the prisoners in Tartarus, who was in Tartarus. So he was like, oh shit, they already dead, because he was gonna break them out for Horizon. But his spy was like, no, they're not here, they died. They killed them a while ago. So he was like, okay, Pantu is gonna blame me for this shit. I need to get locked up immediately. Because at the time Horizon would have killed them. So like, I already told everybody who's gonna win. All for One is just him. That's why like Ujiko hasn't like revealed himself to Shigaraki, and because they know Shigaraki's gonna lose. They're counting on it. Like, y'all thought Aizen was good at planning. This nigga is devious. All for One, oh, next level. And keep in mind, this is chapter 121. This is 240 chapters ago. So when Domino's Part 4 is All for One stronger, current Horizon could beat peak All Might or peak All for One. Together, they might give him some trouble, but he'd still win. But All for One's main advantage is that he has like, he could have a quick for every situation, right? So it's not that like, do you think I'm gonna make Deku the hero who kills All for One? Well, no, because heroes don't kill, right? That's Deku's whole thing, so Deku can't kill All for One. Deku does have a big part to play at the end, but like it's not exactly that, right? Because Deku has been like doing superhero shit this entire book. He really has been. Like, Horizon shits on him because he's an asshole, but like objectively Deku is the hero of the story. Yeah. But like, people always try to guess the ending of the book, but like, I literally told them the ending. All for One wins, and well, it's not the exact ending. Like, it has more after it, but like, All for One wins the game of chess. he's just better than them. And this is not really a spoiler because like, again, it's in the book. Like, it's there, right? It's my favorite chapter of the entire book, Domino's Part 3, because I love writing All for One, right? And it literally says the demon Lord shall rise, reborn and stronger than ever. And I literally even put it in caps. I was like, and when they fall, so it's gonna happen, Japan will fall with them. So the country country has a time on it. Oh, welcome to the stream, guys. We have 5 people watching. Don't forget to drop a like. Yeah, and like, what is this? Oh yeah. Yeah, and people think like Horizon's gonna beat this, but like, no, this is the narrator. This is the narrator saying like they're all gonna lose to All for One. Like, it's gonna happen. All for One, he's a genius when it comes to manipulating people. Dropped by Horizon himself. What? But the final battle is good. The other battle, like, people were very like, the other battle I've been teasing for longer than that. Okay, I have to go back on that again. Would be this one, right? What will it be like? Chapter 5-ish. Chapter 7, sorry, right? Whatever. It's the one where like he tells Nezu his mystery class like Stan Stripe, right? That's the other chapter. That was like super young. That's like chapter before chapter 10 I was. And basically that set up like the whole Horizon with Stan Stripe conflict for them to butt heads. So that one I've been cooking with that idea for a while. And that battle, I would say that's like Horizon's like toughest battle in the whole series. Because it literally said like they would shatter against each other, right? Two mystery class cooks users will shatter against each other. And like I made the whole thing of like her sister giving her the extra quirk because I wanted that to be like I didn't want that to be a detractor because people would see like Horizon only one because he has extra quirks, but like she has two mystery class quirks and an awakening. So like they both had help, right? That's why like I don't like the whole one for all idea because it's kind of cheap. It's just like whatever is convenient, he just has it. But yeah, like people are anticipating this stuff, and you know what? I hope it all works out. The Awakening is nothing crazy, right? Because we've already seen Horizons. We've already seen Horizons Awakening, right? And your Awakening is to bring the limit of your quirk, and we've seen the limit of her quirk and what it does. So it just goes one step further, right? Because I can't really do much with a quirk that like you say something and it happens, right? Because the only thing you could do is like you say something more. So like you say one more thing and one more thing happens, right? Her Awakening is very boring. But with her power, it's boring, but like when she uses it, it can be devastating because it has infinite options. Horizons, no, permanence isn't a weakness of hers. Her Awakening is not as that strong. Horizon's Awakening is way stronger, and I've shown it a few times. I've never explained what it is, but I've shown it, him using it, right? He used it like all the time in recent chapters. But I won't give like what you say, an explanation, a description of like his awakening until the 30th Sports Festival. That's the chapter that you'll get a explanation of how his awakening works, or at least how some of the abilities work. Because some of them are ridiculous and some of them are pretty normal. Oh yeah, somebody picked it up. Yeah, this is projection. I'm glad somebody got it. Yeah, his shambles isn't teleporting. It's like it's basically quantum offsetting basically because you already exist somewhere else. So he's just like he just is somewhere else basically. That's why everybody's like, whenever somebody gets warped, they're like, wait a minute, I didn't feel anything, and it's because technically nothing happened. You were already wherever else he moved you to, so you just kind of just appeared. His awakening has some wild abilities though. Like he's already shown. I think I think he's shown two. He showed Tea Room, right? When he was in the chat. He showed K Room or S Room. I think it's K Room, right? When he did the Divine Divide against Tech, right? So C Room was the electricity wall. K Room was the Divine Divide, and then Serum is the big one. Serum is Serum is the big one. That's like the shit gets serious one. And he's shown that one, but I didn't name drop it, right? He's done it on screen, but I haven't name dropped it. So lots of people probably didn't notice. But he did. He did in the chapter where he got back to America from America. When he was saying goodbye to Sans, right? Exchange people's body parts, I'd say no. Because like I'm having him be like a real doctor, not like a cartoon doctor. So transplanting people's body parts is not like a doctor, like a medically logical thing. One Piece is cartoony, so they can get away with that shit, but like I have him cut people and you can see like the blood flowing and things, so no, he can't do that. He also can't do the soul thing. I said really early on, like, I'm sticking to sci-fi, no fantasy, so he can't do the soul exchange because that's so stupid. This might actually be a really good goddamn example. This might just work. Yeah, I have some where they're speaking into. Yeah. Oh, so you want to know about how to disperse info in dialogue, which is the hardest part of writing sci-fi fantasy. Yeah, breaking up an info dump in dialogue is very difficult. Luckily, I'm good at that shit. And essentially, what you want to do is you want to spoon feed the audience what they need to know for the current situation. Like you can also like drop details about future things. But you don't want to yeah, put it in the writers corner, or however we did last time, or put a link in the recommendations thing. But yeah, like info dumping without info dumping is very difficult, right? It helps that Horizon is kind of a he's kind of a know-it-all asshole, so he wants to make people feel dumb, so he's always trying to like explain shit. Well, he's a lot of time he's trying to explain shit in a way that makes them feel stupid, and that's part of his character. So it's kind of funny, but at the same time, the audience is interpreting and learning the information, but he is aiming it at them, so it's okay. But a good way to hide info dumping is Midnight and New Year's is a good example actually. Actually, no. The chapter where the Unforgivable, the chapter with like Horizon's mom. Yeah, when you send a link, I'll check it out. This is a good example of like exactly what I was talking about in my thing, right? Let me put on light mode so y'all can actually see. Okay. This chapter has to do a few things. It has to introduce 4 new characters, give us world building for an event that happened in the past, do action, and make us both give us shit about this character and hate another character that will be introduced later towards the end of the chapter. Has 8 things. And basically what I did was like for the dialogue, I stuck to what I showed you here. Right? This is literally what I stuck to. So short dialogue, right? Little description, more dialogue, question, little description, and then they just keep talking, right? And then this is like for character development stuff. And then this is how you do info dumping basically. This is the question that like people wanted answered, and she's doing it in a way that makes sense, right? She's trying to explain it to her little sister, which is a very normal writing trope where like there's a kid or there's somebody who's new to wizard school, so you have to explain all the rules to them, and the audience is learning alongside them. Which is why like the old wise mentor is hardly ever the main character. It's always like some young new wizard who doesn't know shit about the world, so the audience can learn through them. But yeah, like I do it here, right? And this is basically an info dump. It's a big info dump on how their quirks work, right? And then the dialogue continues. Some info dump, right? Because again, everything I'm info dumping is relevant. So I'm not really info dumping, I'm describing the actions, right? And again, new character gets introduced, right? Akbar's brother and young Akbar. Right? Again, more action. They've secured the route. We need to move. Right? He says that into his earpiece, so like we know this is a big operation. This is not just 3 people. And then the convoy starts again. This is the next info dump. This is the next info dump right here. But everything I'm telling the audience is relevant to what's happening right now. If you want to info dump about something that's not affecting the current chapter, you need to set the tone. So you need to have one character say, okay, we need to figure this out, and then they start brainstorming together and make it like an exchange, or have one person show interest in wanting to learn something for a very clear reason. It can't just be, oh, why do we drink no, sorry, it can't just be like, how do you cast teleportation spells, right? You can't just be like, yeah, I want to learn how to cast teleportation spells. Can't you explain that to me? It has to be like, wow, that guy I fought used a teleportation spell. Can you explain to me how that works and how I can stop it if he fights me again? Right? So it has to be relevant. It has to be something the audience already wants to know. So for this, I set it here, right? He spoke into his earpiece and he said, they've secured the route, we need to move, right? Somebody told him that. So now you're thinking, okay, who's on the other end of the earpiece? Who secured the route? And then here they reveal, oh my god, they have an entire armored convoy. This is incredible, right? And then it says where they're going. They're going to a military base, right? They drive onto the highway, and then there's the cargo plane waiting for them. So like you know where the convoy is going, where their destination is. It's a journey now, right? And they get to the plane, blah blah blah. And the girls never let go of each other. So this is more character building. This is like this calls back to the very beginning, right? But she says like whatever, don't worry, it won't take long. But she's saying like yeah, okay, right? So they don't let go of each other. So it shows how close they are. And then again, character, it shows where they're going, what the character's doing, where they're going, how they're preparing, where everybody. This is blocking. This is where everybody is, right? And this also shows like how casual the military people are being about this now. Now that the plane is sealed, it makes the audience relax. The audience feels relaxed now. They know something gonna happen, but at this moment the characters are relaxed. So everybody knows the characters are expecting it, right? Then here, lots of world building. I mentioned light shot. Okay. This is where like I had to name. This is the first time I name dropped him. I think, right? And like people are like, whoa, who the hell is Lightshot? And they say like he's the assassination type. If they want these girls, they'd have to capture them. So we know, okay, he's an assassin. But if you want these people, you need somebody who could take hostages. So it can't be Lightshot, but he's dangerous because even with all these reinforcements and armor and stuff, this guy still thinks maybe they'll send Lightshot, right? So the audience is like, okay, we want to learn more about Lightshot in the future, right? Because we've never heard that name before. Right, and yeah, and then this is literally them having an entire world building conversation. Because this is them going, who do we think in this world they're gonna send to fight us? And then we can go through a bunch of character names. So this is just a list of like
From Eugene Family Alexa.
oh, okay, this is just a list of character names basically and like what their role is. So we know Lightshot is like a assassin, right? And then it keeps moving on. And then this is them more world building about the quirks, right? Because remember at the very beginning, this is what they said this entire chapter was about. This is all happening because they have the same quirk, okay? And it's some interesting quirk. So again, this is like so far this is 70% world building, 30% characters, right? And then the action starts. All this here is just action, character, action, and emotion stuff, right? But like that's a good example of like make everything you're saying relevant to what the reader wants to know. This one has good subtext world building because this one's very like on the nose with what it's going for, but it's also all in dialogue, right? So when they start talking, that's when you get it. Yeah. But that's like the main trick with world building. Make the audience give a shit about what you're telling them. Don't just randomly be like, oh, by the way, the number 5 hero in Australia has this quirk, and like it's never relevant. Australian, yeah, it's never relevant. That's like the big thing. So just look at your chapter and look at the order you introduce things in, and look at what the audience needs to understand the scene or the story at large. Because generally, if you want to foreshadow something, you want to either say it very big once, like how I said, like All for One's gonna win, or you want to say it smaller, like 3 times per 100,000 words, right? Maybe not 3 times per 200,000 words. Depending on if like you're serializing or you're uploading in bulk. So if your entire book is uploaded at once, you could ease off on the foreshadowing because people will binge read it. But if you have like a day or 2 days or like a week between chapters, that's a lot of chapters. So it'll take them like a year to read it if they're like following one chapter every week. Well, like sorry, if they're following your upload schedule, then you want to foreshadow more because in the day or 2 days between chapters, people are gonna forget. Yeah, world building if you don't have a plan is very difficult. World building with no plan, bro, that's tough because your world is always changing. So that's even more reason to ease off on the world building and focus on the character stuff and what's important to the characters. Build around the characters and just let the world go as the characters keep moving. It's like I'll show you some of my D&D stuff. No, Alcon. Where's Alcon? Alcon Gambit. Okay. This is my Dungeons and Dragons map I use, right? From map generator. Alcon was. I wanna say, where the hell was Alcon? Is this a new map? Oh no, Imlas is here. The continent is Alcon, city is Imlas, right? I had each of these hexes from one end to the next is 10 miles, right? Because if you stand here, the human eye can see to here. So the human eye can see about 10 miles out. We can see like a humanoid-ish size figure about 10 miles out. But after that, everything just basically disappears, right? So I had this city here. And then as they were taking the journey from here to like here, so they were going from here to here and back, right? Through these islands. I would build out things as I'm going, which is what you want to do. But then every time you go to add something new to the map, you have to compare to what you already have. So if you're starting here and they're going this way, right? When they get to this block, you figure out what's inside it, right? Then when they go into this block, you compare it to what's inside here and see if it makes sense. So like you don't go city to forest to snow to desert to a beach or a lake randomly in the middle here, then to more desert next to it, right? And you also don't need to have like every single block filled out because like who has time for that? That's what Tolkien did. And it took him like 26 years to write Lord of the Rings, right? Or The Hobbit. Because he cared more about like, you know, building the world than actually writing a story. Yeah, but I'm giving rules for like just general writing because like Horizon stopped being a fanfic like a long time ago. Like the story is so evolved and complex that that canon can't really help me much. But this stuff, like, you just want to make sure that what you're building adds to what you already built, not like complicates it, right? This is something that like Harry Potter books suffer from because they basically went like, oh, by the way, the Philosopher's Stone lets you bring the rules of magic. And then in the next one, they were like, what was the next one? The next one was like the Chamber of Secrets, right? The next one was like, there's this massive snake in the pipes. Nobody could figure it out, right? Which makes no goddamn sense. And then in the third one, they were like, by the way, we have time travel in your pockets and we give it to some students, right? And then every block going forward made less sense because they have time travel. So it's like, oh my god, my friend died. Let me just rewind time and make sure that doesn't happen. Right? So you want to make sure what you're adding now doesn't contradict what happens in the future. So if I added, like how I added the Democratic Republic of like North Africa and Horizon. That's because I basically took Africa and I cut it in two for Horizon, right? So I went, okay, cool, and I just cut Africa in two. I was like, okay, all these countries, North Africa. Yeah, all these countries, North Africa. All here is South Africa. Because I was like, I don't have time to for 100 fucking countries on one continent. Nobody cares enough about that stuff, right? It's 300 years in the future. These countries are united now. Done. So I basically said there was World War 3 or 4, whatever the hell it was, and this is how the world is now. But I'm not gonna suddenly be like, oh, by the way, there's a ninth or eighth continent in the middle of the North Atlantic, and then there's another one all the way down here. Because I've already set the fundamental world building that like the world looks the same. Right? So now if I add something that crazy, it makes everybody look back at what I built before and question everything, and it breaks them out of the story. By the way, all these marks are for the Marvel book. Because the Marvel book happens in our world, so I'm just gonna use like a bunch of real life places. So like for example, right? This one is, well, the main character is the scientist supreme, so he's gonna have like labs and stuff all around the world because he's like given the entire world clean power, so he has like a giant power grid, and Australia and this part of it, the South Pacific and the India and the Polynesian islands and stuff, gonna get all their power from like a base here. This is where like Galactus will fight them. This is where Galactus fights them, right? This is where like the power for all this entire region comes from. China has their own power thing. Russia has their own. Africa's is in Middle Africa. Europe's is like here, South Germany. I think this is Germany. Yeah, Switzerland. Sorry, it's in Switzerland, right? Cairo is where Apocalypse happens. Age of Apocalypse, right? They fight in Cairo. Cairo is this whole city's gonna just die, basically. Brazil is where South America's power plant is, and Colorado is where North America's power plant is. North America and Canada's, right? And with that, he connects the entire world. This is the Kennedy Space Center, I think. Cape Canaveral, sorry. Because he's going to be working with NASA a lot. So if you have a character that living in our world, Google Maps is your best friend. So, they launch space stations here. His home, chapter 1 is here. This is where Genosha is, right? 200 miles of the coast of San Francisco. This is where Genosha is. And then this is Caltech, right? Tony Stark's house is like, where the hell is Tony Stark's house? Tony Stark's house, it's a real house, by the way. Yeah, I'm making you want the Marvel thing too much story too much. Tony Stark's house is a real house, by the way, which is crazy. Like the fact that this thing is a real house, and it looks like the movie outside makes it look smaller than it actually is. Like, it's bigger in real life than it is in the movie. But it's in like one of these edges. I could have sworn it was here. Yeah, okay, it's literally like, no, nope, that's a goddamn thing. What the hell is it? Fuck, no. Oh, fun fact, right? This is the Pentagon and like Washington and the Capitol building and stuff. This is Boston, because Emma Frost is from Boston. Airport, right? And then I mapped out where all the stuff is, right? So this is where the Avengers building is. Like, this is where the actual Avengers address is, this building. Like, I think it's supposed to be this one, right? But I'm moving it to here. And then the main character's building, his company building, is here. He's buying this whole block. And then the Baxter building is here. Because like in chapter like 7, he met like Franklin Storm, who runs the Baxter Foundation. And the X-Men and Tony Stark are gonna fight Hulk like somewhere around here. Right? And where's the other thing on straight up? Avengers Compound. No, sorry. Is the Avengers Compound? Yeah, Avengers Compound from like the Infinity War movies and stuff is here. This is around the area where it is. And the X-Men school, by the way, is on Google Maps. Xavier School. Like, it's literally on Google Maps. And if you zoom in here, it literally says Blackbird Hangar. Well, why is it not showing up? Yeah, it literally says Blackbird Hangar. No, he's gonna be like a hero. Like, he's an actual hero. Like, he's an actually good person. He's a bit extreme in like some of his things, but like, he's a good hero. He's a good person. But it's just like Xavier School. If you look at the reviews, by the way, right? Wheelchairs mentioned in 4 reviews, mutant mentions in 3, bald mentioned in 2, right? And like they review it as if they're from They review it as if they're from in the X-Men universe. Yeah, maybe mutants are real. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. You never know, right? You never know. But like the property in my book starts like here. He owns the entire Grey Malkin Lane. So Charles owns like this and all this shit. Like all this. And then the Avengers compound is gonna be here. So I can measure the distance, right? Like 30 kilometers away. And like a big fight is gonna happen like right here. Cause like we do in Infinity War and Endgame. Kind of Endgame, but mostly Infinity War. We do Infinity War and that happens here. And we also do like some I'm questioning if we should do Age of Ultron. Cause I don't really like the idea of like I don't like it when heroes cause the problems and solve their own problems, right? Like Tony Stark built Ultron and then they celebrated saving the world from Ultron, which made no goddamn sense. And like I know Scarlet Witch made him do it or whatever, but like still like the hero built the villain and then saved the world from his creation and got rewarded. Like what sense does that make? Oh, this is where the Shield headquarters is. This island, Triskelion, and I'm on a watch list forever now because Pentagon had to market. Yeah, the main character is gonna be in the Pentagon a lot. Are there any other like interesting places I have to mark? Oh right, here he has a lab here. This is where him and Hulk gonna be. And then I marked this. Why did I mark this? Why did I mark this? What did I mark this for? Might have a lab here or something. I don't know. Oh no, this is. I'm pretty sure this is where Krakoa gonna be. Krakoa, yeah, because they're gonna do Krakoa eventually. Yeah, but this book's gonna be good, bro. Like it's gonna be so good. Yeah, like they make Fury annoying and they make Charles a villain for no reason. Charles is not a villain by any means. I don't like that view of him where he's like manipulative and stuff. I see him as a man unwilling to like use the violence necessary for change. So that's how like I'm gonna like my plot for this book is like if you don't want spoilers for like the Orbit timeline, now it's the time to like So like this is like my plot for this book basically, and I have to change this right because I'm going to use the instead of the date I'll use like X1 sorry X16 for like he's 16 years old, then X17 for he's 17 years old and so on, which might be easier to track because this the character ages up a lot during the book, right? They grow up a lot. So he spends like 4 years in X-Men. 4 years in X-Men. Odin. Oh yeah, yeah. There's Odin somewhere here, right? Hmm. Oh yeah, meeting Odin. Yeah, Odin is underutilizing a lot of like Avengers stuff. Like everybody's scared of you of writing Odin for some reason. I'm gonna have him play like a bigger role, like a bunch of big roles. But like I'm mixing the MCU and like the comics and the X-Men 97 cartoon, which is very faithful to the comics. So like 5 years in the X-Men, that'll be I'll figure it out. 3 years freelancing, and then like all the Avengers stuff, right? So we're doing Avengers, the Avengers First Assemble, Attack on New York, 2013. He visits Asgard directly after, right? And Odin will give us all the lore because he's Odin, right? God of Wisdom. Studying the alien technology and like people figure out that he's the reason. Yeah, he is the All Father. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, people figure out that like he's the scientist supreme, which is why like Earth is no longer safe because everybody wants what this guy builds. That dated his best friend. Spider-Man chick that dated his best friend. You gotta be specific. You gotta be specific though, because most of the female characters in all the Spider-Man movies are trash. Jane was terrible though, so I'm changing that shit. I'm keeping her like the cartoon where she was like a paramedic, a EMT. I prefer that version. I way prefer that version. That's way better than her being a scientist, because this book has enough scientists, right? So then like after this is like they're building stuff, because yeah, after this is like they're building stuff, because something I'm gonna run into with this book, right, is that the character the character is the scientist supreme. That's his whole thing. He's the smartest person in the universe, and he's a superhero second. So he's like science first, punch villains second, right? Because he's kind of like Ant-Man. Mary Jane. Mary Jane. Oh yeah, Mary Jane sucks. Nobody likes that woman. Nobody likes Mary Jane. Although canonically, right, she has the best ass out of all Spider-Man's girls, which makes no sense because Black Cat is like a Olympic gymnast, and they have like a real ass. But apparently Mary Jane's is bigger and better, so yeah, important things to know. Yeah, but like this character is like he's a scientist first, so there won't be as much action as like in my other books. But when there is action, it's gonna be peak. Like I have some plans for him and Thor. Him and Thor are gonna be like they're gonna be like warrior buddies when it comes to throwing hands. Cause there's like a oh yeah, cause there's like a all of this political stuff happens, right? Then Abomination happens. Yeah, Gwen is aight. Honestly, all Spider-Man's guilds just they suck. Like Peter Parker deserves better. He deserves better. Like the girls he gets to pick from, they all suck so bad. But yeah, like Abomination happens, which is very relevant for later. This happens for a reason, right? This is where Hulk, like the world, truly accepts the Hulk as an Avenger. And I also have a very interesting dynamic planned for Hulk and Bruce Banner that I haven't seen anybody else use, and I think I'm gonna like get a lot of people excited for it. Then we have Yelena gets introduced, so Black Widow movie. I'm not watching the fucking movie. I'm not watching that movie. Okay? But like Hawkeye and Widow gonna go on some missions. Because a big problem they have is that a lot of people think Hawkeye and Black Widow are useless because they don't have superpowers. But like their job isn't to fight. Like Hawkeye's kind of is. But their whole thing is like get information first and like figure out how to take down people. He can move towards Hammer, yeah, but he can't like get power from it. So he could hit you with it, but like it's in his hands it's just a hammer. It Thor's hammer weighs I think like 18 pounds. So he could move it and hit you with it and make it heavier and stuff, right? But he won't have the power of Thor when he's doing it. Same for Magneto and Lorna. Polaris. And Polaris is actually the reason I had to map out this entire timeline, like to the date, because I wanted to introduce her and have him and Emma adopt her. when she's like 3, but I have some plan and I need her to be in college for certain parts of the plot, right? So I had to map out all of this and figure out how old she needs to be when they adopt her for the timeline to match up. So I introduced Yelena here because the MCU introduced her after Black Widow died for no reason, right? The only person who I'm gonna have wield Thor's hammer in this book other than Thor is Captain America. That's the only person. I'm not doing the whole main character was worthy or like Cyclops or Storm. I'm not doing Storm. Oh my god. I'm sick of writers just not knowing how to write character development, so they just make Storm stronger. Like currently in Marvel comics, she's like the host for eternity, and I'm like, okay, you keep giving her buff after buff after buff after buff, and her character is still so fucking boring. She's just the omega among omegas, and she could like one shot everybody or whatever the fuck she does. But her character is so boring because all they do is make her stronger. All they do is give her bigger numbers, and she hasn't done anything interesting in like decades. And like, that's a trend going on in Marvel comics right now, and for a while actually, because they just keep making characters stronger and stronger and stronger. But like, the power scalers love it, but people who like actually well written characters aren't getting anything. Like Iron Man's Mysterium armor. Okay, it's the most powerful armor ever in existence. But what else? Like did Tony Stark deal with anything in that comic? Because I read that entire run. That was Invincible Iron Man chapter 1 to chapter like 23. That's when he married Emma Frost, right? Best couple in Marvel, by the way. Tony Stark and Emma Frost. But they didn't stay married. But like and she was also pretending to be somebody else. But like, he basically got no character development during that entire story because everything was just about him getting stronger. There wasn't any like, oh my god, the mutants got wiped out. I'm gonna make sure this never happens again. I'm gonna help the mutants more in the future or anything like that. It was just readcomicsonline.com is a good place. Readcomicsonline.com. That's where I look at comics. But you have to know like what the fuck you're looking for because reading comics is complicated. Because like they've been around for decades and there are so many different storylines and different runs. Because a run is I think 6 months, right? And it's like writer and a team of artists or one artist. And then somebody else takes it over for the next run and so on. So like the quality just goes up and down sometimes. But generally anything like what's this guy name? Jonathan Hickman writes, or like Geoff Johns, who wrote like Green Lantern 2018, I think. That's peak. Like that's peak. The Geoff Johns Green Lantern comics blew my mind. That was so good. I think he also wrote like the Superman, the Batman vs the Justice League issue of like Superman and then versus the World Forger, where Batman put on the Justice League Buster armor, the Cosmic Justice League Buster armor, and had like the power of the multiverse and all that. It was peak because like DC does this better, right? Because DC characters are used to being super strong, so DC is good at writing powerful characters and making their story not about power. But Marvel does this thing where like they can either be well written or powerful. They can't be both. So every time somebody gets a buff, every time Storm gets a buff, every time Iron Man gets a buff, all the character development just stops. But with DC, it was like Batman got this massive buff, right? And then it's Justice League 2022, I think, or 2021, somewhere along there. But if you Google like Superman punches the World Forger, this will tell you everything you need to know. It literally autofills Superman punches World Forger. Superman's most bullshit feat to date. This right here, this is peak fiction. this is like how you do a character. This is how you do character development while making a character super buff, right? This is the scene where the Wolf Forger tells Batman, "I will give you the power to reshape reality." He basically gave him the power of like Loki, the god of stories, kind of, because he was like, "You can reshape the dimensions, the fifth dimension, reality, people's memories, people's wills. You can change it all, but you have to sacrifice Superman, right? Because I need Superman to die for this plan to work." And Batman was like, "Fine, I'll do it, right?" And Superman's in like a cage, and all these suns are above him. He's on a broken planet, and all these suns are above him, right? And Batman like moves his hand, and all these suns move away from him. And he's like, "Okay, now Superman is slowly gonna just die because the sunlight isn't there and there's nothing on the planet, right?" So it's him getting the big buff that the Marvel characters get, but it's also him making the choice to kill his best friend. Because in the comics, Batman and Superman are like always best friends. But then, as he's talking to the Justice League, Superman does this shit. And it is peak. Hold on, where is it? This is what they tried to do for Deku, and they failed miserably. This is what they tried to do for Deku. Good quality, please. Good quality, please. No? Okay, I'll just explain it, right? After Batman moved out with the Suns, he was fighting the Justice League. Yeah, this is literally what they. This is what they tried to do for Deku's character, and he failed. They failed miserably, right? After Batman pulled out with the Suns, right? The Justice League was fighting him, and they were like, "How could you do that? How could you betray us like that?" And while he was fighting them, he was using most of his power to send a message to Superman, and he was like, he basically said like, "Bro, you're built different. Like the World Forger thinks the only way to move forward is to stop hoping that we can save the world and just build a better multiverse from scratch." And he's like, "But no, you're Superman. You would never do that, right? You are hope. So you cannot die. So you will not die." And then Superman did the most gangster shit, where he like, it literally says here, he moves faster than he ever has, at a speed beyond physics, beyond imagination, a white hot stylus skimming over the dark, redrawing what is possible, right? It will take hours for light to catch up to him, months for sound, but his approach can be felt across every dimension. His will, his anger, right? Because it also leads into like the most epic punch ever. Like this shit, oh my god. When I read this, yo, like when I tell you this art, bro, DC art is better than Marvel. I'll just say it. Because it comes together with this, right? His hope. So it's like all the lessons from Jonathan Kent Sr. And then all the things he's trying to teach his son, Jonathan Kent, the second, right? His son, Superboy. And it's like Batman got the big buff, right? But then it showed that like, yeah, he got the buff, but he's still like the genius strategist. And even when his friends are doubting him and he's lying to them, he's pretending to be the bad guy. He's still like rooting for Superman because like he knows Superman. He's Superman, right? He won't lose. He won't just die like that. So he sends his message and Superman does all this stuff. And then at the end of it, he lays out the World Forger. When I tell you he laid out the World Forger, bro. People see this and they're like, Goku could do better, right? And they fail to take in like what actually happens here. Where is it? God damn it. Superman Punch World Forger. Where the hell is it? I'm trying to find like a good example. Oh, this is like probably the best example I get, right? Yeah. He punched the World Forger so hard that all of this happened. He literally did all of this. He cracked the planet, that did not work. And then he shattered the dimensional barrier. And then he did this to like fifth dimensional Earth. And people are like, "Oh, but Goku would have totally destroyed the planet." Like, no, sir. No. this isn't Earth. This is like Planet Zero. This is every Earth in existence stacked on top of each other. Like he had to break through dimensional walls just to get here. And then he did this with a punch. And the only reason he just survived is because Batman had like the multiverse armor on and he shielded them. And then Superman comes back and he's like, yeah, like, bro, I lived and Batman never lost hope. Yeah, and like they say it here, he's like, why didn't you kill me? The only way to progress is if you kill me and you take my power. And then you can recreate the universe, right? And then they're like, nah, bro, he's my bro, I'd never kill Superman. And I know Superman would never kill you. So he's like, I look at every possibility and we'd lose. And then eventually they're like, yeah, but like we can figure this out together. Superman doesn't need the sun. No. That's like a core thing for Superman. Like there are Supermen who have so much energy in them that they can go years without the sun. But like they eventually have to recharge. But like this is what they try to make Deku's character to be. That he's like, if one person needs help, he'll power try and win. Nah, this ending is actually so good. Because like the whole point of the World Forger is that he doesn't understand how they can have hope. And if anybody could teach you how to have hope, it's Superman. So he's like, he's like, I don't see a way to win to defeat Perpetua. Like we're gonna lose. And Superman's like, nah, we can do it because every version of this that you looked at as you have to do it on your own. But we're here to help you. Which is what the Justice League is all about, right? The Justice League is the most powerful people in the world, solving things that they can't solve on their own. Like the Avengers try to be that, but like they aren't really that, right? Like the Justice League is that. And this is like what they try to do with Deku's character, and like they fumbled it so hard because like they failed everything else. So the best example of it would be like when he was fighting Muscular and he did the 1,000,000%. That was literally him accepting his death and giving up basically. But then Kota was there, so that he had somebody who needed his help, so he powered through it. That was peak Deku. That was him at his best. And then afterwards it's just downhill. Because Eri would have been a good example, but that was mostly like the Millions thing. Yeah. But if Superman is in it, like if it's at Justice League, well, this story like had some darker tones. The Batman stuff, where like Batman basically told the Justice League like he basically betrayed them, fake betrayed them, and like let Superman die. That stuff was darker, right? But if it's Superman, bro, like the theme is gonna be hope. Like the S means hope, right? He is the superhero for a reason, right? But like this is how you write a character that gets stronger without making them super boring. Like let me see. Eternal Storm Marvel. This bitch is the most boring thing I've seen in a long time. Storm became eternity, the deity of it. She became the avatar of eternity. He didn't forgive the villain. The whole world they were on was like a construct basically. So it's not like the World Forger killed anybody. He created new people to trick them basically. He created a perfect world to show them an example, right? So Superman didn't like kill anybody. He didn't kill anybody. He was showing them that everybody's gonna die, and because his simulations or his predictions showed exactly that. But Superman was like, no, have hope. Like the Justice League is here to help you. You aren't on your own, because the World Forger's whole thing is that like he was alone trying to fix the multiverse. And then the Justice League showed up and they were like, no bro, like we have your back. They were like, nah, you have homies. Superman doesn't really do the whole forgiving villains thing. He helps them, but he won't like, you know, be best friends with Lex Luthor and stuff. No. Like he'll understand, but he won't do the whole Tanjiro. You killed 500 people as a demon, but I'm gonna cry for you after I kill you. After you kill five of my best friends. That's not Superman. Yeah, Superman is not that kind of person, right? He's hopeful. He wants you to do better. He'll cheer for you to walk down a better path, but he's not gonna be like, you killed 5 million people, but we can be best friends. No, that's not that. No, that's super shonen. DC is Western, so they have consequences to the actions, right? Which is why like Superman's best villains are Lex Luthor, who everything they do is morally questionable or morally wrong, but legally correct. So he can't punish them unless he takes justice into his own hands, which he won't do because he's Superman. So like Lex Luthor buying everything in Metropolis and like I don't know, making life difficult to people. Morally questionable, but legal. So Superman can't do anything about it. And fun fact, Lex Luthor likes Clark Kent as a person. Like they get along fine. Oh yeah, but as I talk about Storm, this bitch is like the most boring piece of shit character recently because they keep giving her buffs, right? So they say beyond our planet, our solar system, our universe, even another watches with the unquestionable intent of the cosmos. I am eternity, the beginning with no end, and I have found you worthy of Aurora Monroe to be me, my eternal storm. Like, oh my god. Basically, it's God. It's their one above all. Basically, right? So she's like the eternal storm, the avatar of eternity, right? She's like the Spectre, whatever the fuck DC has. She's essentially like Kid Jesus or whatever. But like her character doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything. Because Storm is one of those like magical black girl characters or magical black guy characters, like Black Panther, who's written to be like the most perfect, wholesome, benevolent, kind, generous person ever, with no character flaws. So like this is just boring. It's just like this is all the things people don't like about Superman that DC spent like 10 years, no sorry, 50 years figuring out how to make interesting, and they just did it to Storm, and they did it to Iron Man with his Mysterium armor, and they did it to Hulk recently too. Right, the only person who got like a massive power boost and didn't become super fucking boring is Thor, because when Thor became the Rune King, his whole thing was like he has infinite power, and he was like, I'm gonna fix everything, and he just went on like a mission to like make everything right. But like this shit, they need to stop doing this shit because it sucks. Storm keeps getting buffs after buffs, and her character hasn't changed like at all. She's the same like perfect benevolent goddess. It's so lame. Like, I don't mind characters getting stronger, but like make it relevant to the story, please. And like yeah, this is like her comic, but I have no faith in her becoming interesting. She's gonna be super fucking boring. I can tell you that immediately. Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna do this, and then they're gonna add like 25 other cosmic entities, and then that's gonna be the story. Because God forbid a character with actual power has to question how they use their power, right? God forbid an Omega level mutant have a personality. We can't have that. Only Magneto. Bro, my DC fanfic would be peak fiction, but I'm not good enough to write it. I put that thing way at the back of the line because the DC fanfic would actually kill me if I try to write it now. I'm just not good enough. Because it starts with like the main character, the son of Lex Luthor, and he's literally like, oh, I have to change his powers because he had gravity too, so I have to change his powers. But like he's a funny one of the Justice League. He replaces Martian Manhunter. Superman's powers are, they're not really that fun to write, which is the problem for me. They aren't that fun to write. But yeah, Storm, this is fucking boring. This was way more fun. When this buff happened, Thor becoming the Herald of Galactus, I was like, yo, peak fiction is back. And Thor is my favorite Marvel character, by the way. So like I also got the question of like I had to answer the question of like, when Thor is on Earth. Yeah, go ahead and ask a question. But when Thor is on Earth in my story, his power over weather supersedes Storms. So his control of weather is beyond her. Because he's a god. I want him to be a god. Storm at the end of the day is just a mutant. I don't care how they try to make her like the Kenyan goddess of weather. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. That is more pandering. Right? I don't care. She's just some chick from Africa. Thor is him. There's a difference, right? There are levels to this. But Thor, Herald of Galactus, woo, that was peak. About Rogue, I'm gonna introduce Rogue. Cause spoilers, way after the Avengers are formed, Cyclops is gonna form a second team of X-Men. So they're gonna do blue and gold like in the comics, and Gambit is gonna run Team Gold. So Gambit's gonna be the leader for X-Men team. Because at that time, Cyclops is gonna be headmaster of the school and director of the X-Men. So Storm is gonna run one team, and Gambit is gonna run the next team. The team of like younger people with like Colossus and Nightcrawler and Iceman and them. Gambit is gonna lead that one. And as for Rogue, I mean, I have plans for the main character to do stuff with certain X-Men. Yeah, he's gonna basically flip it so that like she has the thing to activate it. He's gonna basically fix her powers. Because like Mystique, he's gonna owe Mystique a lot of favors. So like Mystique is gonna call in a favor and he's gonna go rescue Nightcrawler with her. Then she's gonna call in her next favor and he's gonna help Rogue. Then she's gonna call in her next favor and he's gonna take Lorna, Polaris, and adopt her. And like he owes her like a lot, so he has to like basically do it. Yeah, this story is gonna be a lot more streamlined. So like if he's not in like a, there are some chapters obviously he won't be in. But like the story is mostly about his impact on the world, so it will show things he related to him. But if it's not focused on him, it'll be focused on like very popular known characters. So like when I do the Ragnarok storyline, he won't be there, so I won't really show that. But there will be a Odin Sleep storyline where he goes to Asgard with Thor to defend Asgard. I also have to figure out like if Tony Stark gets a love interest or not. Because I don't like Pepper Potts. She's annoying. Can't stand her. I was also using this, like this is the MCU timeline in order. Oh, I actually found a place for Deadpool in this story, by the way. Deadpool is alright. This is them like thinking about recruiting people. There will be one adventure added to it. The trial of Magneto is gonna happen, right? Oh yeah, Deadpool's here. Deadpool is here. He's only gonna show up once in the entire story. Because he's gonna die. Immediately. Like, immediately. as strong as Luke Cage, I had to ask myself that. I have Luke Cage losing to Hawkeye in my story. Because Luke Cage is like as strong as Beast from X-Men, so he could do like 40 tons. So like he's weaker than Spider-Man, right? I think Spider-Man's like 50 tons, right? No, Spider-Man's 25 tons, sorry, right? Let me see. Yeah, Spider-Man's 25 tons, right? So Luke Cage is like twice Spider-Man's strength. Yeah. Luke Cage is twice Spider-Man's strength. But I have him losing to Hawkeye because the whole thing is like Hawkeye isn't just the guy with the bow and arrow. He's really not indestructible. His skin is just tough. Like it's not like indestructible. Like if Wolverine really had enough strength, physical strength, he could cut through it. Right? That whole indestructible skin thing, I've never really liked it. Like you're tough, but like you're not indestructible, bro. Besides, Hawkeye doesn't have to stab him, right? He can just rattle his brain, hit him with a sonic arrow, and just give him a concussion, knock him out. But like, Hawkeye is the person who goes to like these people, right? With them, Jessica Jones, Matt Murdock, Luke Cage, Peter Parker. Not Peter Parker. That's more Iron Man, and like the main character. But the other ones, Hawkeye is the one who goes to like the street level people, and he's like, if we, you all aren't Avengers, but like we can help, we can give you clues that doesn't like get destroyed. He slept with a strong girl. Oh, you mean Jessica Jones? Bro, Jessica Jones is weak as shit. She's like what, 5 tons, if so much. She's so weak. The Avengers jumped her so bad she ended up in like a 9-month coma in the comics. She sucks. Yeah. I'm not gonna have her in the story much because like it's not in character for her to give a shit about being a superhero. Also like her character just sucks, so I'm not doing that shit. So like she's just so boring and bland. It's like Luke Cage, Matt Murdock, Peter Parker mostly. I don't care about Iron Fist and nobody gives a fuck about that character, so I'm leaving him out. He can figure out his own shit. The MC is. Okay, what do you mean by how kind? You have to give me an example. Because he's not like a bleeding heart to an extreme extent. His whole thing is like he's trying to prepare the world for like aliens coming to Earth again, but he doesn't make weapons, right? Because he knows like if he makes weapons, people are gonna use it against other people, and he needs like the entire world to be united. So like he makes all the tech for like, well, not all the tech, but like he makes a lot of like innovations and stuff for the world and helps the entire world and stuff. And he makes the stuff for the X-Men and some tech for the Avengers. But he's not like, I'm gonna go help every single superhero in the world. No. Because he can't trust every single superhero in the world, right? Because a big story point for this book is like the Sokovia Accord. He's not a pushover and he does kill people. The X-Men don't kill people, but he is very logical, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna kill people. Like the first time he beats Magneto, well, he only fights Magneto once, right? But like he wins, he beats the whole Brotherhood of Mutants. This is like it'll be like chapter 11, 12, 13, somewhere there. Because he tells Charles like, yo, like, your dream can't happen if Magneto exists. Because you're against each other. So one of you has to like either get arrested or die. And Charles is like, fine, we have you now, so we could turn Magneto over to the police, right? And then he beats down Magneto, and Charles is like, cool, let me talk to him. And he's like, what? And then Charles saw some Magneto, and Magneto was like, nah, I'll never surrender, I'll never stop. So if you want to stop me, you have to either give me to the police, who will kill me, or hold on, he said you either have to give me to the police, who you know will kill me, or you have to kill me yourself. And Charles is like, Eric, I'm not gonna kill you, so I'm giving you this one last chance to go back to your island, take care of your children, of your daughter, because he has one, right? And don't make us like have this conflict again. And the main character is like, nah, bro, I'm gonna just kill him now. And he goes to kill Magneto, and Charles like mentally stops him. And then we go into the flashback of like Charles and Magneto's origin story in this comic, in this story. And the main character is like, if he ever does this shit again, I'm gonna kill him. Right? But because you aren't willing to do what it takes to make a better world, I'm not one of your X-Men anymore. So he quits the team basically after his first mission. He's like, nah, you're half-assing it. You aren't willing to go the distance to change the world. So I'm just gonna quit. Because he's like, Magneto has the conviction to do everything except kill you. And you have the conviction to sacrifice yourself, but you won't get rid of people in your way. So like, both of you half-assing it, and I'm not playing along in this nonsense. So he just quits. Because he was going to straight up kill them. He kills Toad. Like, he straight up kills Toad. Actually, I don't know if I want him to kill Toad. No, he won't kill Toad because they want to arrest them first, right? But like, he straight up goes to kill them. And Mystique gets folded. Like, she's in like a damn near full body cast the next time he sees her. At the start of the story, he's 16. No. He can stop the mind control, right? Like, the first thing Charles is gonna tell him, like when they're giving it to the school, he's like, the first thing Charles tells him when he meets him is like, most people can't detect when I'm reading their minds, but you immediately notice it. And he's like, inside your head is noisy and chaotic, right? Because it's all math, right? Because it's gravity calculations. And he's like, it takes so much effort to even look into your mind if you're not inviting me in. That like, it's just not worth doing. So while Charles is like doing the thing to control him, Charles is using Cerebro back at the school and focusing only on him. It's like, it takes everything to do that shit. Which is why his relationship with Emma is so important. Yeah. He's not like easy to read. Like, you need to like have Cerebro and be Omega level before Cerebro to get into his head. Which is why his relationship with Emma is so unique, because like he like lets her into his head all the time. Because she's actually like she's the test subject for some of his research at the very start of this book, and she uses him to teach her telekinesis, because she has telekinesis even in the comics, but she's just not very good at it. So like when Jean Grey controls her body, she can use telekinesis, but Emma Frost herself can't use it much. She can like lift a coin, but she can't like push people out and stuff. Yeah, that's his main goal. Yeah, they're gonna be together from like chapter 20ish till the end of the book. Well, they'll have some relationship stuff, but like, that's his wife. They're gonna get married when they're like 21, so in 5 years, when they adopt Lorna. So she's gonna be Emma Hall. So like, yeah, that's how that's gonna go. But like, this book is gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Because like, I didn't have any like options in Marvel without completely changing a character. Like, for somebody to fit his personality, they would have to completely change. So I didn't really want to do that. So I just used Emma because like, I just made her X-Men, because people like her and she's like the hottest thing in Marvel. Because no, the Hellfire already happened. Because remember, this movie happens after X-Men First Class, and the villain in X-Men First Class was sure was the Hellfire Club. So that really happened. And we'll get to see what happens with Quicksilver in the flashback. The Hellfire Club is gone already. It's already destroyed. Because I don't want to use like I don't want to use too many X-Men stuff, right? Because I want to transition out of X-Men into Avengers. We're doing Apocalypse. Yes, we're doing Apocalypse. Yeah. That will be like the first Omega level fight, right? That's when like the framing for Apocalypse is like Gojo vs Sukuna, the strongest of history for the strongest of today. Because like when Apocalypse meets Graviton, Graviton's like out in public helping people, right? From a humanitarian crisis, like I'll make it like a tsunami hit somewhere, something like that, or earthquake, and the X-Men go to help. And then Apocalypse appears, and Apocalypse is like, I just woke up, I did some looking around on the internet because I just connected to the computers or whatever, and you are the most powerful mutant of the age, so like be my horseman of death. And Graviton's immediately like, no, like what the fuck you talking about? And then Apocalypse realizes like, okay, this guy's not gonna join. So he's like, if you survive the Great Cleansing, you will see my ways are correct. And he leaves. Right? They probably have a little brawl, but then he leaves and then he goes to Magneto next, right? Because he's like, that guy was number 1, Magneto is number 2. I'm gonna just go get number 2 immediately, right? And Magneto is like, no. He refuses Apocalypse. He refuses. But Magneto is like, okay, I will be a horseman of death, but tell me what happens to the mutants who refuse to join us. And he's like, they will die like all the other, like they will die like the weak people they protect. And Magneto is like, yeah, sorry, that's not gonna happen, right? And while they're talking, he feels Charles like use Cerebro. So he's like, whoa, this is the power I want. Yeah, he's like, this is the power I want to be everywhere, to be everyone, to control everything. So we're gonna get this person. I'm gonna take his body. He's gonna be my next body, and I'm gonna take his power. And Magneto is like, no, I'm not letting you hurt Charles, right? And Apocalypse literally says like, you would let his life get in the way of your perfect will. And you know, this is where Magneto's true colors show that like he wants the so-called perfect will, but he won't sacrifice Charles to do it, just like Charles won't sacrifice him, right? Because Adams, the main character, says like, if you all want to make the perfect world, you have to do it together, right? And unless you're all together, I don't give a shit, I'm not doing this. And then, as Magneto is about to fight Apocalypse, Sabretooth stabs him, like with his claws. And Sabretooth becomes the Horseman of Death. And Pyro joins too, right? Because Sabretooth just wants to kill Wolverine, and Pyro just wants to be powerful, right? So Sabretooth and Pyro betray Magneto. And they leave, and they become the Horsemen. And I have to find 2 more Horsemen. I'm not sure who I'll use. I think I might just like grab some random people and make them Horsemen. But this is the story arc where people finally see like Graviton actually fighting, and they are terrified. Cause it's like an Omega level fighting an Omega level. It's the strongest of history versus the strongest of today. Yeah, the way Sabretooth dies in this is crazy. It's wild. Because I was thinking like, the striped girl. From Hellfire. Or do you mean the Morlock's girl? Do you mean this person? This one? Or a stripper? Oh no 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 no! She's part of the X-Men. She's part of the X-Men. Yeah, Hot Tour. The but that's Angel. No. Angel is one of the X-Men still. Yeah, I know what you mean. Angel's one of the X-Men still. Yeah, she's one of the X-Men. But I'll for the I have a list for the like Horseman of Apocalypse. Where is it? Orbit, time, ages. I have all like the character stuff, right? Where's the God damn it. I'm looking at the Horseman of Apocalypse, right? So Pyro, right? Fire, controls fire. Riptide, wind generation and manipulation. He now has more power. So him and Storm gonna be beefing in the desert, right? Storms versus sandstorms, right? Basically. Sabretooth, he's just amped to ridiculous levels. And Arclight, who is super strength and he could send shockwaves through the air and stuff, right? Yeah, I know there's a delay. Yeah, it makes it kind of weird to talk. So this is my like Horseman of Apocalypse. But Angel's one of the X-Men in my book. If you go X-Men at the start, Angel is right here. Angel Salvador. Insect Wings, Caruso Spit. She teaches dance, funny enough. And quits after, yeah. She quits after the Apocalypse arc. Oh, this is how I'm classifying mutants too. So Omega is like global influence. Right? So it's not like you have to destroy the world to be Omega. I don't like Deadpool as a character. I really don't. Deadpool really sucks. But yeah, like Omega is global influence, right? So, for example, an Omega level telepath, if the definition was that you have to destroy the world, would be killing everybody on the planet. But Charles is an Omega level telepath from the start of the book because he can talk to anybody on the other side of the world, right? Not everybody, but he can reach somebody on the next side of the world. He could be in America and talk to somebody in China or like in Egypt. But Cerebro helps him sift through everybody basically. Graviton can literally destroy the world. Him and Magneto, they can destroy the world. They are the Omegas until like, well, yeah, they are the Omegas, right? Storm is like a close to it. And there won't be any Phoenix, so Jean will just stay regular. Alpha mutant is like localized influence, so like shooting fire, shooting energy blast, that kind of stuff. And beta is self-contained influence, which is your mutation only affects your own body. So like Wolverine would be like a beta mutant because he just has healing and claws, right? He doesn't like produce anything really. Yeah, I don't like Jean either, but I just have her like as a super side character. Like Cyclops, I'm trying to make as a more of a main character because he's more interested, but Jean just sucks. And the Phoenix is like the worst writing thing in Marvel. Every time somebody mentions the Phoenix, I'm like, please get this shit off my page. Oh, and I have these superhuman threat levels. Right? So this is like Avengers level threat is like gonna be top. No, no, no. I'm not having the X-Men fight amongst themselves. This isn't that kind of book. Adam doesn't really give a shit about being the strongest or like showing off his power in that kind of sense. He'll do it, but like, I'm not having the X-Men fight amongst themselves. That's like, I hate those storylines so much. I like to see heroes being competent and like on the mission. Also, I'm just not having the Phoenix Force at all because it's stupid. It's so stupid. Because I want the Infinity Stones and two other things to be like the most powerful thing in this thing. So I'm not doing like cosmic entities like Eternity and the Phoenix and the Lifebringer and whatever the fuck else to have. I'm not doing all that shit. The name of the story is Marvel Simplified, so I'm keeping it simple. Like nobody's gonna mention the Celestials for like ages, right? I'm keeping it simple and streamlined. Because the Phoenix complicates everything it gets added to. Nothing that good way either. Yeah, that's really first thing I decided. I was like, you know what? No Phoenix in this book. I do want to make Cyclops more of a main character though. Like he's like upper tier side character basically. But he's like the main character's best friend. But yeah, as for these superhuman threat levels, Avengers level is like I'm making Avengers level the the peak threat level. Like when like somebody like Thanos or Galactus shows up, that's an Avengers level threat. You do not call the X-Men or the Thunderbolts or some other team. You call the Avengers. I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna do some changes with Beast. He's not gonna be like super mad scientist evil Beast. I don't like that version. I like humanitarian, super good wholesome guy Beast with like body dysmorphia where he wants to fit in with the world and is kind of ashamed of being a mutant. But he also wants other people to be proud to have the opportunity to be proud of being mutants. So he's not really fighting for something he wants. He's fighting for what he thinks the world should have, right? He doesn't do so like he uses the drugs to stay in his human form, but he's still fighting for people to have the right to walk around in their like mutant body, right? The MC is gonna help him with that. But yeah, what I was saying is like I want the Avengers to always stay at the top of the threat list. So like when somebody says an Avengers level threat, that means like if we don't do this, the universe is gonna die. Right? So the whole thing with the main character is that like he doesn't come out unless it's an Avengers level threat. He won't come out to save like one town. He don't give a shit about that. But if the world is gonna be destroyed, that's when you call the Avengers. So every time a superhero team comes up and they meet the Avengers, they are looking up to the Avengers, right? It's never the other way around. Everybody in the galaxy knows the Avengers are them. That's like the final boss of superhero teams. Like for example, the Thanos is gonna kill like billions, and he's gonna have like 5 Infinity Stones, get to Earth, and then of all the people who gonna like go toe to toe with him, it's gonna be the Avengers, right? And it's gonna be to a point where like when I do, because I'm gonna do the Guardians of the Galaxy, right? So like we'll leave Earth for a bit and go to the Guardians of the Galaxy, but that's mostly to showcase how the galaxy views Earth. Because we'll hear from Thor about how the galaxy views Earth, but then we'll experience it with the Guardians. So Gamora is like, they have the Power Stone, and Gamora is like, okay, we have the Power Stone. We need to get this to either the Collector, to Xandar, to Asgard, or to Earth. And Peter Quill is like, I'm from Earth. They can't protect the Power Stone from the Kree. And she's like, no, no, no. The Earth has the Avengers. And he's like, who the hell are the Avengers? And then she's like, And then she explains to him that like the Avengers have like the Scientist Supreme and the Prince of Asgard, which is the most powerful empire in the galaxy, and so on, right? And he's like, whoa, Earth like has some heavy hitters, and she's like, yeah, my like Thanos is avoiding Earth until he has like the other Infinity Stones because they're dangerous. So it's like the Avengers, like the top dogs. They are like how other heroes in DC look at the Justice League. Because like when Superman shows up, it doesn't matter who on your team, bro. That like that's Superman, right? That's why I'm not having the Avengers do like villain of the week, going down the street to stop a bank robbery kind type shit. Like no, Spider Man can handle that. That's not worth their time. So like yeah, the Avengers are gonna stay at the top of the list. Like when that Avengers shit happens, the world listens. No, no, I'm not gonna have. My book has no reality warpers. None. Wanda is not a reality warper in my book. She's telekinetic, telepathic, and psionic. She's not a reality warper. She has no chaos magic bullshit. That stuff sucks. That's like the Phoenix Force. It sucks. But we are gonna see King Thor. Not ruin King Thor, but like he's gonna become King of Asgard. We're gonna see Jonathan Hickman's Thor. Let me see if I can get a picture of it. Not this version, but like this version basically here. Yeah, I'm gonna have magic in the story. Oh, we're gonna see like kind of this version of Thor, where he won't have Stormbreaker. I tell you that now. He will not have Stormbreaker because Ghost Rider. Yeah, I'm gonna have Ghost Rider. But this Thor design I like with like the Destroyer's arm. But he won't have Stormbreaker because Mjolnir doesn't get destroyed in this story ever. Like nothing destroys Mjolnir. But yeah, like but yeah, like I'm gonna have like Jonathan Hickman's Thor design with like eventually he gets like the metal arm and stuff. It'll be peak because like the main character goes to Asgard to help him defend Asgard, and while they're there, Shield collapses because like Captain America the Winter Soldier happens. So he comes back and he's like, "What do you mean Hydra was in Shield? What the hell are you talking about?" And if I introduce Ultron, that's how I'm gonna do it, right? Because I'm gonna have like Ultron be introduced. Yeah, Ultron be introduced. Yeah, I'm gonna have Ultron be introduced from like he from like they created Ultron, him and Tony Stark, and they were like, if the Avengers fail, activate this and give it a command, right? And they gave it to Nick Fury, the director of Shield. So she had it. Nick Fury had it, right? But Hydra took it, and Hydra was like, Hydra's mission statement. Yeah, that's from Thor: The God of Hammers, Unworthy Thor, like mix. This one is kind of a mix of that because he was unworthy for a while and all kind of stuff happens, and I think his hammer broke in the story. But I'm just taking like the physical design of like the metal arm, eventually. But yeah, the Ultron thing, I'm gonna have Hydra put in their mission statement, and Hydra's official mission statement is to unify and bring peace to the world through technology. And they're gonna tell Ultron that. And Ultron is gonna be like, The only way the world is going to be unified and peaceful is if all humans die. So he's going to be like, yeah, okay, let's kill everybody. So they create the capacity for Ultron, right? But they don't cause Ultron, right? It's Hydra. So the blame goes to Hydra, not the heroes. And after Hydra is Genosha. Right? After Hydra is Genosha. And like Genosha happens and it goes good for 2 years, and then boom, everything dies on Genosha. And then the world is like building like the Avengers. The Avengers build like the global lockdown procedure and stuff, which will come into play later. And after Genosha is is the New Warriors. So it's the Sentry, right? Thor comes back. Thor leaves for a while, comes back after Genosha. No. When Thor comes to Earth, he's not unworthy. He is not unworthy. Right? I want to do it like he comes to Earth for to get away from Odin, because Odin is pressuring him to be king, to become the king of Asgard, right? And he leaves. And then Loki is like, why don't you let me be the king if you want a new king so bad? And then that's what throws Loki down the path, right? And that's when like Tommy's Jane Foster and all that. So I'm not doing the Thor movie because it makes no sense for Thor to be 1500 years old and now learning these lessons. Like, how are you 1500 years old and you're learning things people learn at like 15 and 16 years old? Like, were they not teaching you anything on Asgard, right? So Thor is on Earth because he wants to escape the pressure of becoming the king, and also because like he's curious about how humans find the strength to constantly go on when like they have mortality. He doesn't understand how mortal beings, he's intrigued by how like mortal beings are so like forward thinking, like not forward thinking, but like they keep moving forward. Because I think with Asgard, right, that I want to show is that Asgard, when you're immortal and you don't have to worry about death or time passing, you become stagnant. And Thor says like, yeah, through all his adventures through the realms and the cosmos, Earth is the place that progresses at the most rapid pace, right? Because Earth went from like building the first paper and wood plane to walking on the moon in 70 years, right? And to him that's like, how the hell did like humans like this ridiculous? And then he meets the main character, who he already knows before he came to Earth. As a scientist, he already heard of him before he came to Earth. So he's like, yo, like, I want to talk to you because I need to understand like what goes on in your brain. Why are you the way that you are? Why do you want to progress so badly, right? Because on Asgard, nothing ever changes. But on Earth, you have changed the world so much that the Shia, the Kree, the Zandari, the Asgardians, and the Skrulls all look at Earth like this is the next galactic superpower. So he's like, okay, I need to go down to Earth and I need to figure out what the hell's happening here. And as he's doing that, he finds that Jane Foster, the paramedic, right? She's working in the ambulance, which is like how it happens in the comics. And she's like, and he teaches her like, not teaches her, but he shows her like how heroic even the most like fragile human could, because she's like a 5 foot tall woman. The MC doesn't start as immortal, but he has some moments where like it shows. But eventually, when they get to the Krakoan era, they'll figure out immortality. Because mutants in my book age slower, slow like because I wanted to use James McAvoy, Charles Xavier, the younger version of Charles Xavier, not Patrick Stewart. So like I have like So like I have them this age slower the more powerful a mutant is. So Charles and Magneto are like Omega, so they age like really, so they'll age like 200 years, and the MC is like leagues above them, so he's already like 500 years. But then he figures out like how to just stop aging. And there's also like that scene where like Thanos uses the time stone against him, and it turns everybody into dust around them, and he uses gravity to stretch time or to compress time, so that like he lasts way longer than them and he keeps fighting. But then like Thor ages up to like King Thor because he hit, and this hits Thanos so hard he reverses it because he's like, I cannot fight this version of Thor. So he like undoes everything, everybody comes back. But yeah, eventually immortality will happen. Because in the X-Men comics that happened. Like they figured out how to become immortal, right? Not resurrections though. No resurrections in my stories. If somebody dies, they're dead. Yeah. Like Thor has the thing in I'll show you the clip. I will show you the clip, right? I'll show you the clip. I don't know if you've ever seen this clip.
Oh, wait, that totally didn't happen.
Yeah, we actually.
Okay.
I hope you know what you're doing, Tony.
This one here. This version of Hulk is actually Mr. Hulk, which is like the big bad evil version of Hulk with the beard, and this version of Hulk in like lots of his appearances have like the Infinity Gauntlet and like a broken Captain America shield and a shattered Mjolnir, because like in one of his stories he takes over the world and kills everybody else basically. So they have like that Captain here. But then I saw the scene of that I was like, that's so so yeah.
Feel the centuries overwhelm you.
Overwhelmed. Passage of time only makes Asgardians more powerful. Takes the time stone yourself.
Yeah. My version's gonna do more epic though, because he's gonna just get strong enough to hit Thanos hard enough to make him break his concentration. And until this point, nothing has been making Thanos like feel anything. But like, yeah, Thor, I wanna like show off as being actual god, actual divine, and Hulk, I wanna have, yeah, Hulk, I wanna have be, you know, like I miss when Hulk was epic, like 2009 Hulk, 2010 Hulk, the Incredible Hulk movie. That was peak Hulk. Now we have Professor Hulk and She-Hulk. Also, She-Hulk, I'm not having like that stupid blood transfusion nonsense. I'm just gonna have Hulk like be her dad basically. Because I'm gonna do World War Hulk. Right? This version. Yeah, I'm not having Thor nerfed. Like the MC is gonna be stronger than Thor, but literally only the main character. Like on Earth, without the main character, Thor is him. Thor is the strongest thing. And like even when they fight Sentry, which causes civil war by the way, in my thing, when they fight Sentry and cause civil war in my story, like they can kill Sentry, but they're like, if we kill him, all this radiation is gonna explode outward. So we need to like wear him down first. We can't hurt him too much. But for She-Hulk, I'm gonna have Thor and Kara, his wife from World War Hulk, right? I'm gonna have them just have twins, because he has a kid with her, right? Yeah, he has a kid with her, a son with her. So I'm gonna just have him have a daughter too, and like that's She-Hulk. Because the whole thing with like Jennifer Walters and like, oh my god, my cousin is Bruce Banner and I got a blood transfusion, now I'm a Hulk, is so stupid. That's so dumb. Like, I hate that shit. So like, yeah, that's why I'm gonna introduce She-Hulk. Yeah, and I think that's better because like keeping Hulk as like super powerful without making everybody else look weak is important. But I'm not doing this She-Hulk nonsense of Jennifer Walters. No. Your Hulk's the daughter. Get over it. That's the end of it. And I'm gonna do World War Hulk. I'm gonna do Planet Hulk, but not World War Hulk. Because I'm gonna actually treat Hulk like his own character. Yeah. It's just Hulk, right? So the way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna have, when the main character meets Hulk and Banner, I'm gonna have, okay, I'll show you the exact clip I'm gonna use, right? Here.
You could help. What do you want?
This is how they see each other, right? Whenever Hulk is the main body, he sees Bruce Banner like a hallucination, right? And whenever Bruce Banner is the main body, he hears Hulk's voice. This, I think, is the best version of this. This cartoon does the best version of most of the Avengers, right? So I'm gonna have MCU Thanos origin. I'm not doing like entities like Death or Hela. I'm not doing that because that'll complicate the story too much. All the magic stuff, I'm just keeping with that to Doctor Strange. But what I was saying about Hulk is like, so whenever one of them is who's the main body. So if the main body is Bruce, Hulk will be in the reflections, or he'll be in Bruce's head talking. And if the main body is Hulk, Bruce will be in the reflections, or he'll be in Hulk's head talking, right? And the main character makes like a psionic transmitter or whatever. So they can all hear Hulk, or see Hulk, or see Bruce, or hear Bruce in the reflections. So when the Avengers are having a meeting, Hulk is like in a reflection on the table or in the mirror or in a window, and he also has input. So when they're gonna go fight Loki and they're making the plan, Captain America turns to Hulk, right? In like the reflection of the mirror, and he's like, Hulk, are you with us? And Hulk is like, yeah, are you asking me if I'm gonna fight? He's like, you're an Avenger. So if I'm asking you to risk your life alongside us, I want to know if you're okay with the plan. And that's the moment Hulk is like, oh, I have like actual friends, because Bruce and Tony and the main character, they've all been like science buddies for like a year and a half or something, but Hulk has always been suspicious of like if they just want Bruce or if they just want Hulk, right? But this is the moment where he's like, oh, this like is not just Bruce Banner as an Avenger, but it's also Hulk. So we get to have more Bruce and Hulk talking with the team at the same time. And I think that'll go away, and their personalities will kind of merge when after World War Hulk. So when they come back to Earth after they go to Asgard, because they'll go to Asgard after Civil War with Thor, there'll be a time skip, then they'll come back for Infinity War, right, with Thor. And they'll be like, Hulk and I worked it out, so now we're just one person. But like, when the time comes, he can go back into just Savage Hulk. He can just like, just completely unleash the Hulk again. So we get a lot of character development with both of them trying to work it out. Which I think like this show did it so good, because they had like Hulk and Bruce showing up in reflections in like the other subconscious and thing. So I was like, Emma Frost is like a telepath. The main character is used to like doing telepathic stuff, right? And mix it with tech. So like, why not just have Bruce wear something and the Avengers wear something, so they can all hear the Hulk and see the Hulk and like talk to each other, and he's actually part of the team. Because I think it would be pretty cool to have like Bruce or Hulk at the table and then the other ones like over their shoulder. So it's a full team input. Rather than just Hulk being mindless or Hulk just becoming a buff Bruce Banner like Professor Hulk did in the MCU. And this way you can also have like because I have this scene planned out where like Luke Cage, Hawkeye knocks him out and then brings him to the Avengers Tower. And Luke Cage wakes up in the infirmary and he's like, can we turn down the music, right? And Hawkeye's like, yeah, you can ask him to turn it down. He's right over there. And Luke Cage goes around the corner and the pool is the pool area. And Hulk is just floating in the pool listening to music, right? And Luke Cage is like, I couldn't even beat Hawkeye. I'm not gonna have this problem right now. He just leaves, follows Hawkeye, and then Thor lands and he's like bringing pizza. And like he hands the Hulk like a box of like 30 pizzas, like a stack of like 30 pizzas. Hulk will use at the start he'll use very basic dialogue because he's not used to speaking, he's used to just fighting, right? So he'll be very like primal. He's like, Hulk doesn't trust them, that kind of stuff. But as it goes on, he'll speak better as they become closer to becoming one person. But I like to show that like the Avengers are also friends with Hulk, right? They can all hear Hulk, they can see Hulk sometimes. Like it's okay. So like when Luke Cage is in the Avengers Tower and he sees the Hulk, he's like, oh shit, like they just have him walking about.
After growing tired of
I think that's an underrated part of like the Bruce Banner Hulk chemistry. We don't see them talking to each other enough. But eventually they'll just become one person. And yeah, I won't be adding like anybody else to the Avengers except Doctor Strange, because I have a very specific criteria for the Avengers, right? Where is it? It's like where the hell is it? I think it's a timeline, right? Okay, here. Right, so after the Loki after the whole Loki and stuff, the world is like, okay, more heroes coming up. So they're like, is this person going to be an Avenger, right? And Tony and Adam and they have to basically think about like, okay, how the hell do we quantify who is qualified to be an Avenger? And they're like, well, the Avengers was built when Fury didn't have many options, but now more superpowered people are coming up. So like, how do we choose? Especially because they have like 1 million mutants on the planet. But at this point, it's like 14 million mutants on the planet, right? And they're like, okay, the Avengers have to be the best at what they do, and they have to be some people we can trust, and they have to bring something unique to the table. So we don't need any more firepower because we have the 3 strongest people on the planet, right? So we're never gonna add Captain Marvel. War Machine doesn't bring anything unique or new, right? Thor is there because of his cosmic knowledge, his power, and he's the Prince of Asgard, who's like their biggest ally. Like Odin is the protector of the realms, which is Midgard, right? Black Widow is the best spy in the world, and they can trust her, even though Adam doesn't really like her. Hawkeye is the best like special ops person in the world. That's actually what he does for SHIELD, by the way. Bruce Banner is the scientific genius, right? Hulk is raw power. Stark is the engineer, and Adam is the scientist supreme and the most powerful person in the team. So Doctor Strange will eventually get added because he's the Sorcerer Supreme. But after that, there are no more Avengers. Yes. In the comics, hold on now. Let me show you some. This is Captain Marvel trying to beat up Hulk. In the comics, she is weak as shit. She's literally hitting him with every combo she has. And when the rubble clears, bro's laying down with his arms behind his back like this. And she's like putting everything she can in that. He's like, do you feel better now? You got out your system. In the comics, she's not on their level. But Marvel, like, yeah, But Marvel, like the MCU, is trying to push the feminist agenda, so they're like, she's super powerful, and then it leaks into all the comics and games now, where the first thing she says, where the first thing she says in like all the games is like, I'm the strongest Avenger, or like I'm powerhouse. Like in Marvel Rivals, she has a few lines where she's like, when you want power, I'm the person you call. And I'm like, Thor and Hulk are right there. Why would I ever call you? But like this scene was disrespectful because it's like who is this chick? Like what are you doing here? And in the comics, She-Hulk is like about the same power as Captain Marvel. And she's like Hulk is 1,000 times stronger than me. You do not want to be here when he comes. So in the comics, Thor is treated as like a god. Like they invented Thor and Wolverine because they wanted Wolverine to be somebody who Hulk can't crush. Right? He's indestructible. And they wanted Thor to be somebody who is stronger than Hulk. And the only thing they could think of that's stronger than Hulk is a god. So they made Thor. The strongest female superhero physically in Marvel is... That's actually a good question. Who is the strongest female character in Marvel? Physically. It might actually be Carol Danvers. It might actually be Miss Marvel, which is... Let's see. Go through one of these terrible lists, right? No. This list is this terrible. It's pathetic. I'm also not using this bitch because she sucks. Physically strongest. No, Hela is a goddess. Ooh, Wasp. When she gets the like giant wasp. I'm looking for physical power. Oh, Jane Foster Thor is stronger. Adamantium is indestructible. Adamantium is indestructible. That's the trick with it. So adamantium is indestructible. Vibranium is energy for absorbent, and like it has vibranium isn't like strong. The trick with vibranium is it conducts energy differently, so it can be used for anything. So like in the MCU, they just made vibranium indestructible too because they don't have the X-Men, so they don't have vibranium, right? So they just said Captain America's shield is they don't have adamantium, sorry. So they said Captain America's shield's vibranium, but in the comics, his shield has the energy absorption properties from vibranium, but it's indestructible because adamantium, which is what Wolverine has. So the shield's a mix of Black Panther stuff and Wolverine stuff. But Wolverine brings the indestructible factor, and Black Panther brings like the energy conductive properties. Vibranium by itself, which is what Black Panther has, supposed to be brittle. Like it's supposed to be very brittle, especially against other vibranium. But Uru, which is what Mjolnir is made of, it's just in a league of its own. Okay, I'm looking at the top 10. She-Hulk is the strongest I've seen physically so far. Ooh, Rasputin might be stronger than her. Rasputin 5. Okay, no the fuck she is not. It's cute that they keep trying to push this character that sucks and nobody likes. She's not as strong. She-Hulk, Squirrel Girl's annoying. Polaris, this is Adam's daughter. They're adopting her. I've just been reading them a while. Rogue is actually... Rogue... Physically depending. It depends, I mean... He's got... Yeah. Carol Danvers is probably the strongest physically female in Marvel Comics. Yeah. Carol Danvers is probably the physically strongest character in Marvel Comics. America Chavez might be close though. Where is she? Yeah, America Chavez might be close. Currently, America Chavez is on the Ultimate Avengers list. The Ultimates list, sorry. which is like the most ridiculous roster. This is how their interaction with Hulk went. Hulk was like, I'm the strongest there is, and Blue Marvel was like, I dispute that, and immediately knocked him out in one hit. Like, it was like, it made them go like, okay, we need to not fight this team because these guys are ridiculous. Yeah, it was so good. I love this goddamn thing. Why the hell? Yeah. America Chavez. Well, she has a bunch of powers, but the main one is like manipulating her own energy, I think, right? They change it all the time. So she's super inconsistent. So Carol Danvers, I'd say, is usually stronger physically than America Chavez. Blue Marvel, by the way, this guy who's knocking out the Hulk is like who my main character is based off to. He's a mix of this guy, Mr. Fantastic, and Graviton from the comics. Three of the smartest people in Marvel, and two of the most powerful. But he knocked out Hulk in one punch. I was like, yo. And they were like, okay, let's all have a talk, because we're not fighting these people. Blue Marvel is good though. And if you look up Blue Marvel's name, his name is Adam Brashear. And my main character's name is Adam Bernard Hall. And Blue Marvel's full name is Adam Bernard Hall Brashear. And the main character's mom is named, I think, Maria Brashear Hall. So Blue Marvel is her brother. He's dead now. But like she named her son after her brother. And his dad is Franklin Hall, Graviton. Yeah. So he's an amalgam. Star Rage. Or you mean when she kind of like he doesn't do things like that really, because he's not really like, most of the time he's not really physically fighting. He just makes people heavier and like that's it, because when you control gravity you don't have to usually punch people. But when he punches people, he'll usually like increase the gravity of himself and manipulate their gravity and make it hit harder. He can't do the Jujutsu Kaisen nonsense of like gravity so heavy it breaks concepts. That's just stupid. That's just terrible writing. Makes no goddamn sense. But he can do like, he can make gravitons and anti-gravitons. So gravitons pull things towards them, so like a black hole. Anti-gravitons push things like a white hole. So if he is really trying to kill you, his fist will just start glowing white because he's putting so many anti-gravitons in it and punching you with it. So think of it like Gojo's red and blue. He can just do that, like, but he can't do it like that, like easy at first. But like during the Apocalypse fight, that's the first time he'll use like his fist glowing white, because that's the first time he's actually had to put his back into a fight. Everybody else he just crushes. He fights more like that gravity guy from Black Clover, Dante. When he's using gravity, not when he becomes like the monster thing. But the way he uses gravity is like that plus graviton from like It's Mighty Heroes. Like that, the clip of Dante fighting. Hold on. I'll show you the exact clip I saw, and I was like, I need this. I'll show you the exact clip I saw, and I was like, I need to. Where is it? This is the one. he can do basically whatever he wants. Cause in my universe, right, gravity particles are omniscient particles, they're quantum particles. So they exist everywhere all at once across time and space. So if it exists, it has gravity, right? So like light and stuff, he can just put up a gravity barrier and it can't get through. So he can control energy with gravity too. He's ridiculous. And he like in the chapter I wrote here, right? Sorry, chapter 8. Nope, chapter 7, right? In chapter 7, somewhere in chapter 7, yeah, he's ridiculously powerful. Yeah, okay. He goes outside, right? So he goes towards it. He untethers himself from the earth. So he literally just says, the earth can't hold me down no more. And then he falls upward, head first toward the sky at astonishing speeds. Right? I've actually done the math. He can go from the White House to Cairo in like minutes if he's really pushing it. With how fast he flies in atmosphere. Right? He falls toward the sky at astonishing speed. Eye closed and unbothered. He rockets past the clouds in seconds and continues towards the stratosphere. He feels no breeze on his skin, no cold air attacking his lungs. His clothes don't even register that his feet have left the ground. So he's controlling everything around him perfectly because he's had the spore for 14 years. He's not like, I've now become Omega level. Like, he's been Omega level since he got this power. Right? Instead, he moves as if he was standing still and the universe moved around him. A confusing sight for any who could witness it. And even as he reaches space, he is completely unbothered, eyes closed as the earth is left behind. Rob, he mutters, finally stopping to look back at the earth below him, below his feet. Right? And then he goes through like all the memories he has with his friend, and he screams out, because this is like the only place he can like let his emotions out without like destroying everything. And he thinks about the future. For 2 hours he stays above the earth, thinking about his friend and the future he would have liked him to have. The future Rob imagined for him. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to speed up Horizon, so this could be released pretty soon. Right? So he stays up there above the earth for 2 hours because he makes like a gravity bubble that has all the air, right? And his tail like falling down, right? And then this is the part that's interesting. He stands on the solar panel of a satellite, hurtling through space at 11,000 kilometers now, 7,000 miles per hour, right? So he's geosynchronous orbit. He's 22,000 miles, 2,200 miles, sorry, above the earth. In this moment, with his arms folded, staring at the earth below, a promise is made. So like how in X-Men 97 Magneto says, a promise is made, that this is like him having like the Magneto mindset, but we don't know the promise. And then here, how the way Magneto always says like never again, and they reference that in the X-Men 97 Trial of Magneto part, where he was like, I will say now what I have said many times before, never again. The main character says never again, as he takes a casual step off the satellite and falls back toward his home. So it takes like 2 hours for a satellite to lap the earth. So by now he's like above his home again, so he just steps forward and starts falling. So he's like strong. I also did the math on like how much air he can hold within like the gravity bubble he made. And this is about how much. He has like 45 minutes left still, but he just starts falling. And he rockets through the atmosphere and sees his home below, along with the flashing lights and mess of vehicles at his school. Oh, I skipped that chapter, so you don't know what's going on there, but don't worry about it. And then like this is like when his dad comes home, they talk and he's like, yeah, I'm going to Xavier's. So we don't know what promise he made, but the promise shifted his mentality from I'm never going to like Xavier's to like I'm going to Xavier's tomorrow. So that's the whole thing. Like he made a promise, we don't know what it is. But like he's strong. Like he's strong. Like Cerebro sensed him as Omega level when he was 2. Like he's yeah. I'm not doing no zero to hero story. He is him from chapter 1. Fun fact, by the way, if you look up his friend Robert Hunter from Marvel 616, right? His friend is Nitro, and if you look up his power and abilities, his power is literally to self-destruct. He's a mutant with self-detonation, so he releases energy in an explosion around him. So like, if anybody knows the comics and knows Civil War storyline, because Nitro started the Civil War by bombing a school and a town, they know from like chapter 2 how it's gonna go, because like the main character's friend name is Robert Hunter, who's Nitro. So like, we'll do this a bomb, and he eventually does blow up and kill like everybody in the football game. But like, yeah. So this story, like, it starts with him on a high note. He's already the smartest, most powerful person in the world. The thing is, no, the main character, his friend, like, it lives for a while, but like after his friend dies, then he decides never again. Cause his friend dies. Yeah, his friend dies because of the main character. Cause the friend was like, I want to go to Xavier's, and I want to learn about my mutation, right? And the main character was like, no, bro, use your mutant powers, win the football games, get a scholarship, and then we'll go to college together, right? So he was being selfish, right? And because of that, his friend didn't know that his power was to like self-destruct, and he killed like everybody at the football game. He destroyed the whole state arena, everybody, hundreds died. And the main character was like, if I didn't do that, if I didn't prioritize my selfish desires over helping the world, because his friend was like all about, dude, let's go help the world, let's go help people, let's go make a difference. And the main character was like, fuck those people, I want to just do what I want to do. So he was like, if I didn't put my selfish desire above helping the world, my best friend would still be alive, and all those 200 people would still be alive. All that is because of me. And that's the promise he made. He was like, I will never again put my selfish desire above the benefit of the world. And like, he sticks to that for the whole story. So like, he's basically the best at everything, but his whole thing is motivation. So he's like, I could help the world, but I don't want to. And then because he didn't want to, boom. And I'm also changing Tony Stark's origin, kind of. Because him and the main character, because he's like 5 years older than the main character. So when they meet, he's like 22. Tony Stark is 22. He now took over Stark Industries, right? And they meet on a NASA project. So they meet when the main character is 17. So 1 year after he goes to school. Less than a year after he goes to school. No, about 1 year after he goes to school, right? And the whole thing is that they become kind of friends because they're like super geniuses of the world. And then the main character founds his company after he leaves the X-Men, right? Because he has something happens and he leaves the X-Men. And then Tony Stark creates the mutant inhibitor colors for the government, but he creates it in secret so nobody knows, right? But he's like, why is my friend no longer wanting to be my friend? Why does Adam no longer talk to me? Like, why is he trying to sabotage Stark Industries? And Adam is like, how smart are you? And then he was like, okay, yeah, I knew you were Graviton, but I made this for the bad mutants, for the police to use against the bad mutants. And then I'm changing the story from like from just like innocent people being held up by terrorists in the Middle East from Iron Man 1 to like terrorists are using the colors that they buy from Stark Industries secretly to basically run mutant human trafficking slave camps. So the place Tony Stark gets captured is one of these camps, and they're trying to force him to build basically like sentinels or something like that to police mutants. And he's like, I'm gonna build an Iron Man suit instead. So when he comes back, he's like, okay, yeah. Yeah, so when he comes back, he's like, yeah, I need to help mutants. Oh, I lost track of what I was doing, by the way. But this is like, so it's a lot more personal to like why the X-Men and the Avengers are like working together so closely here. Is like Tony Stark's whole thing is that he built these things to help people, and now he basically started the mutant slave trade because of it. And the main character is like, the main character literally tells him like, yeah, I'm not gonna say who tell anybody you did it, right? And Charles won't, but we know, and eventually Magneto will figure it out because he's already looking. And when he kills you, I'm gonna cut Stark Industries into little pieces, take what I want, and sell the rest, and nobody will remember the Stark name. And he does that. When Tony gets captured, he does that. He buys out almost all of Stark Industries. So he makes the joke like when Tony comes back as Iron Man, he makes the joke like, you know, I only patents the most of what's in your suit. Which I find hilarious. Like, I only patents the most of what's in your suit. So shouldn't I like have that? So Stark Industries is dead, and Stark Technology Solutions is the next thing, right? Which is mostly focused on superhero infrastructure. So Tony Stark builds all like the superhero prisons. He builds Avengers Tower. He runs all these Avengers stuff. That's what he does. Oh, but this is the clip I want to show you. I don't know if you watch Black Clover, but this guy has like gravity powers, right? So his intro is this.
君があの猫の飼い主だね。私の女になりなさい。ふざけたこと言ってやがる。私はふざけてなどいない。クローバー王国。鏡魔法の正しいことについてるやつと。
They skipped the scene, but like it's pretty cool. He just like flicks his finger and the guy flies away without looking at him, without him having to look at him. But like, yes, I'm changing like the Tony Stark origin a bit. I'm making it a bit more brutal and more mutant centric because the entire thing is like the whole world is like on the fence about mutants. So yeah, that's the one origin I'm gonna show a lot of the Tony Stark stuff because the main character and Tony Stark being friends is like a big catalyst for the story. Because eventually those two are like, they come together and they're like, we need to figure out how we're gonna go like protect Earth on like a galactic stage, and they're like, the only solution is to take over the world. But they're like, we can't do that because we're heroes, so like, well, let's figure something out. And then they're basically like, yo, you know what we'll do? Hey Steve Rogers, go run for president. So that happens in this, because in the Ultimate Universe, which is where Miles Morales was from, before he got destroyed, Steve Rogers became president. They had President Steve Rogers, and I think that's like a wasted opportunity for Marvel. Like they should do a President Steve Rogers storyline. So like Thunderbolt Ross becomes president after the Century Accords happen, right? And then Bruce and Hulk leave because it's Thunderbolt Ross. He leaves with Thor, sorry, right? And then all the Avengers retire basically, and they go into preparation mode. And eventually, and then the next big thing is like Infinity War happens. Like a week after Adam and Emma have like their kids, Infinity War happens. Yeah. Like people knowing what's gonna happen doesn't make it any less epic. Like this is gonna be peak. Like I don't say that often about my work, but like this one, I'm putting my heart and soul into it. Cause I want this to be next level. And like this first chapter tells you everything, because like it tells you the main character dies too. Like it tells you that, but he dies and comes back. But like, and also the battle for the Infinity Stones. Ooh, oh bro, that shit's gonna be ridiculous. Like they're gonna do some wild things for that. I mean, Horizon is okay. I don't think Horizon is like peak. I wouldn't say that. Because Horizon has the gravitas, but the world itself isn't epic. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have the. Horizon himself has like the atmosphere, but the world itself doesn't, in my opinion. Because the story is not about that, but like, but for this story, I'm trying to build like a team with aura, not just one character with aura. So like, when any of the Avengers walk in a room, it's like, oh shit, that's an Avenger. Like, it don't matter how strong you are. When Captain America walks into the room, you're like, holy shit, that's an Avenger. That's what I'm trying to go for. And since this story is a lot more long form, I can go deeper into certain characters. Especially since like after the Infinity War part, Thanos wins. So I'm gonna spend like, yeah, I like characters who are winners. I was on a date yesterday and like I was talking to her about this because I was like, there are two types of people, right? Harry Potter people and Optimus Prime people. And Harry Potter people are people who like characters who are losers who become better because they identify as a loser. They identify as a character at the beginning of the story, right? And they want to be better. So they relate to that. But there is a lack of Optimus Prime characters who are just the best at everything because they're actually winners. They're just born winners. And for some reason, media doesn't have enough of those characters because people don't like those characters because most people are losers, right? But I was always a winner, so I always preferred Optimus Prime. That's why like I was never really big on Spider-Man, but I always like Batman because like he was just a winner, right? So I write books for like people who like winners winning, which is way harder to write, but that's what I always struggled to find as a kid. Like I struggled to find characters who were just like, they have the nice family and they have the friends and they know how to like make friends and talk to people, and like it's so difficult to find that, but you can find a million Peter Parker loser characters and you can find a million Harry Potter loser characters, but like it's difficult to find a winner, right? Because it's difficult to make an audience sympathize with the winner. But if you're good at writing, if you're good at framing and writing the atmosphere of a story, you can make the winner just feel epic and the audience just wants to be there for the ride, which is what the experiment was with Horizon. Because Horizon is impossible to write. He's the most handsome, rich, influential, best power, overpowered, basically invincible character, right? He's also hold on. He's also an unsympathetic piece of garbage who doesn't care about anybody but himself, basically. And he's also like sexist, ableist, classist, right? He's not racist. He's just like, I'm better than everybody else equally, right? So yeah. So he's like on paper the worst person to like write for a main character. But he's a winner. So the challenge was to make it interesting. But like every story you'll find like, oh my god, I'm the loser with the worst powers, but I'm gonna find a way to become the hero. It's like, no bro, just be the hero from the start. Be cool from the start, right? Don't be a goddamn loser. I don't want to see you become King Arthur. I want you to be King Arthur, right? I'm sick of people who are like, oh, you pull the sword from the stone, now you must become the king. I want to see you become the king. Now our next country wants to conquer your country. Show me how you being king, right? Show me that you already are him and why they shouldn't mess with you, right? That's why all my books, the romance starts early. The romance is established early. Because I find I don't like characters who take an entire book to get together. Like, get together early and then show me your relationship. Because the relationship is more important than before, in my opinion. It's more interesting. Like, do you date somebody for a year before you say, like, that's your girlfriend, that's your boyfriend? No. And, like, in our book, we don't want to wait a year. That's why this show, Something in the Rain, is the best K-drama in my opinion. It is the best one because in this one, in like at episode 3 or 4, there are a couple, and there's like 24 episodes. Okay? All the other ones, you have to wait like 20 episodes for them to get together. In this one, like 4 episodes in, she's like waking up in his bed, and I'm like, yes, winners. This is what we're talking about. Because he's from the start, he's like, yo, I liked you since before I went away to college. We doing this or not? And she's like, no, you're younger than me. I'm not doing this. And he's like, let's just do this and see how it goes. And she's like, fine. And then boom, they're together next like 2 episodes. And I'm like, you know what? This dude is a winner. Yeah. I like romance, so I like drama. I like good romance though, just have to find. But like I find maintaining that relationship is infinitely more entertaining, and like, because I don't view romance as a source of conflict in a book. I don't find every part of a character's life needs to have a conflict. Like this is something Iron Man Ant-Man and the Wasp did very well, right? Which is Ant-Man 2, right? Ant-Man 2, sorry, the first Ant-Man movie had the conflict of like him and his stepdad and his ex-wife, right? Him and his daughter were good, but the parents, the adults didn't really get along. In the second one, he's like, they're like a great family. They're like, everybody loves everybody. There's no family conflict. The conflict is him versus the villain or whatever, right? Which I like. We did not need another family drama plotline. The third one, backpedal and all that, and they made everybody insufferable, basically. But yeah, like, I don't view romance as a source of conflict in a story. That unless the story is a romance story, because then obviously the romance is the plot. But like, Horizon doesn't need romance conflict, right? King Arthur doesn't need romance conflict. This Marvel story does not need romance conflict. They have enough shit going on right now. Okay? I promise you there won't be any romance conflict unless it's very, very plot relevant. Okay? And I had one planned, but like, I don't even know if I have that. Because I wanted them to like separate for a bit, and Emma would go to Genosha and she'd be like there when the Sentinels attacked. But like, I don't even know if I want to do that. Because the whole thing for that was like, I wanted the main character and Sue Storm to like get together at some point. But I think I might just cut out Sue Storm entirely. But yeah. But that I just wanted Sue Storm because you know, personal author biases. But yeah, like I don't think a romance has to be a source of drama and conflict in a story. Like you can just have a good romance and have the main villain be the conflict, which I think is why I don't like Pepper Potts in the MCU. Because like, your man is out there fighting for his life, saving the world, and you're gonna stress him out every time you all talk. She's just like a screaming banshee. Like that lady was annoying. He should have broken up with her after the first movie. Yeah, I'm gonna like probably log off in a bit. Yeah, those power naps thing don't work, bro. Get some sleep. I need to actually write some chapters. But first, how do I make this better? Let's have the eraser. Ooh. This is kind of annoying. Ah, yes, Microsoft Paint. most people's first video game. I think I'll probably stay on for like an hour again. Then I'll log off and focus on writing. I got some good ideas. I had to figure out the plot for this goddamn arc. Bless me. Oh, how was your thriller novella going? It's thriller and it's mystery, right? Are you editing it right now? Send it off to editing. I saw there's a local like down here in Trinidad, a local editing service, but like they market themselves as a publishing service, which is not like it's like basically a scam service, right? Because everything they do you can do for yourself. The only thing you would want for a book is like a marketing agency, because marketing is like a whole different business. But like the editing and publishing to Amazon. Oh, you write another draft. How many drafts do you think it'll take? Your book is like 30,000 words, right? Think anybody could tell with this? Yeah, how many drafts do you think it'll take? I think my book is like line editing. Oh yeah, mystery books definitely need line editing, because you have to like establish clues, right? I'll be back in a second. Bathroom. drafts. Okay. My plan is well, one draft is for me. Do I want to send out ARC copies, advanced reader copies? Probably. I'll find some beta readers and give them pieces of the book. Alright? So one draft will be, for me, is just the rough draft. The second one will be edited for typos, spelling errors, grammar errors, that kind of stuff. Tense. I'll do a tense draft after, because I'm not good enough at keeping my tense consistent. I prefer present tense, so I think I might just stick with that. But for my first book, I'll probably go with past tense, because that'll be a mass market book, and people are used to past tense, right? So that's the first draft. The second draft, sorry. Third draft will be sensory details and descriptions. So I'll be beefing up the descriptions, atmosphere, and sensory details. So I'll be adding in smell and feel mostly. Some taste, like blood in the mouth, sweat in the mouth, that kind of stuff. Some taste. So that's like 4 drafts, I think. I'm at. The next draft will be advanced reader copies. So between these drafts, I'll get feedback. Right? This draft, I probably won't have to change much. So that's 5. Yeah. And then I'll just do one more like edit pass, which will be finally I'll do line editing at the very end. Because for me, line editing is pretty easy, but the bigger story concept is what I'm more concerned about: atmosphere, vibe, feel. And after that, I'll send off the editor. So that's like 6 drafts for our book. But I'm doing this like super thorough because this is my first book. For your 3 drafts, I mean, first draft is the rough draft. Second is second for your book, the second draft should, well, I wouldn't say should, but if I was doing like a mystery novella, the first draft would be rough. The second draft is the clue draft, right? So you want to comb through, sift through the book with like a fine-tooth comb, and you want to see clues and establish like how likely it is people will solve the book before they get to the end, because that's very important for mysteries, right? And you don't want to cheat, so you have to make sure it feels fair. You give them a fair shot, and that it's possible to solve it. Right? But you don't want to make it too easy, and then you establish that. Then the 4th draft would be sensory details, descriptions, all that stuff, right? But those kind of mix up with the clues. But you want to do a next pass just for that, which is atmosphere, right? That's what like Nancy Drew does really well too, atmosphere, and like or Modern Orient Express is good at atmosphere too. And then the 5th draft will be, but after you do those, feedback would be good there between 4th draft and 5th draft, and the 5th draft will be line edited. Because in a mystery book, I mean, you want to have good line editing depending on your prose level. If you're going purple prose or like standard prose like me, I can't really comment much on purple prose, but like the big thing is you want to make it feel fair to the audience. So like you want to do all this stuff first, then you want to line it after, right? And then you can sell some more reader copies if you want. But like that's how I would approach like a mystery book, especially because your book is like a novella, right? So it's 30,000 words, 40,000 words. So writing a draft, I won't say it should be faster, because like it's still writing and everybody has their own speed, but it's not like a 200,000 word book. So it's edited at least is there's less to comb through, but you have to be very meticulous. So I do not envy you for that, because you have to seed clues and test how difficult it is to find the clues and put the whole mystery together, and if it's fair, if they can even solve it in the first place. So that second draft where you do all that might be the most important one, because if the mystery isn't solvable by them, they'll feel cheated and they're gonna hate the book. Well, not hate the book, but they won't like enjoy it as much as they can. So maybe 5 drafts. The sensory detail draft, I think, mixes in with the third one though. Because the first one is rough, the second one is clues, right? So you do rough, do clues, then you do grammar, tense, spelling, I think, personally. Because the clues will make you add stuff more than take out stuff, right? Sensory and descriptions is kind of the second one, right? So you get rid of one. So clues, sensory, description, grammar, tense, spelling, then give people to read it more, read more of it, and then final line editing, then final editing. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think about that? You're the guy who's doing the mystery book, right? So let me know if what I said makes any sense, or if it's just like me wasting time and money on all that bullshit. Because my plans for like fantasy sci-fi, not mystery. But I think that second one where you like check the clues for the mystery is like super important. Like, yeah. Because that's what I do for Horizon with foreshadowing. Because I love to use super long form foreshadowing. Like I'll foreshadow something like in chapter 5 for chapter 300 and something. So I map out that way before I do anything else. But yeah, I don't know what you think. Yeah, chapter 364. Yeah, when you're learning, like for your first book, like for me, that's why I'm doing like all the edited options. If you go like on if you go on the editing calculator, oh god, use the calculator here, right? They have all these things. All of them cost money, as I think you've seen my video, my first video. So when you get good enough, well, obviously if you're going to take all three, you don't need this one, right? Because this just tells you which one of these three you need. But developmental editing is plot editing, so I think like after my first 2 books I won't need this one anymore, because I'm pretty good at plot anyway. But for my first book I'm getting all of these just so that I can get the full editing report on like, I want a developmental editing report feedback document, I want a copy editing report feedback document, I want a proofreading report feedback document, because I want to see what my most common mistakes are so that I can eventually improve them enough where I can just cut out some of these costs. So after I figure I'd use developmental to solve the plot for my first 2 books, I should be good enough to like do it myself and save all this money. Because my books are going to be pretty long. My books are going to be like 100,000. Right? So like $3,000 US for this. For somebody to tell me that my plot is like in the wrong sequence, no thanks. I don't want to do that more than twice. I'll learn it myself. And like I know a lot of self-published editors, like they have a writers group of like a group of friends, all self-publishing books, and they like pass their book to each other. They all help each other edit and stuff. But like, no, first of all, I don't have like that group of friends with experience with that stuff, and secondly, my name is on this, so I want it as close to perfect as possible. So I need somebody I can hold accountable. Yeah, and what I'm paying for really is the editing feedback report, because I need to know what mistakes I make most commonly so I can fix those. The feedback loop, that's all that matters. So this one, for you particularly, if you can find somebody to do this cheaper, like this, how much will this cost for you? 30,000 words. Oh, that's not bad. If you can find somebody to do, well, relative, right, to the 3,000. If you can find somebody to do this cheaper, like go through your plot with you. But this one you could honestly probably just use your friends and stuff if you know other mystery writers. Well, hmm, that depends. How long do you take to go to the magic system? Wait, can you send me a copy at like beta read? Like, can you link a copy or something? I won't do it on stream though. I'll do it like on the second monitor. If you want though, it's totally up to you. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna read anybody's book and put it on the screen in public without their permission. But what I was saying for you, right? Because your book is in the mystery genre, developmental editing is super critical. Like you need to get this down properly because if your book is out of sequence and it becomes impossible for the reader to solve the mystery, it's gonna break the genre. So for your first book especially, you might be able to do everything else yourself, but don't skip on this. Do not skip on this at all. And for my books, I'm not skipping on anything. Because I want to learn how to edit, how they edit it from the reports, so I can do it myself. But yeah, people try to cut corners and then it hurts them because they don't learn anything. But yeah, my editing course gonna be ridiculous. Especially because I think fantasy is more, right? Oh, slightly less. Let me look at mystery today. 1, 2, 3. Oh, mysteries are a bit cheaper. Okay, okay. Damn. A fantasy novella would be pretty relatively cheap too. Okay, maybe I should just do a fantasy novella to start. I'll write something short and sweet about a boy trying to kill a dragon. But yeah, if you need one more beta reader, you could always send me the link in my Discord. I'm not like a mystery aficionado, but I'd like to think I have some writing knowledge. Right, look, the link is right. I'll put the link in the chat. If your name is the same as it is on YouTube, you can DM me. I try not to look at I try not to use my DMs too much because people get hacked on Discord. So yeah. But you know, if it's your book. Because one thing I'm very good at is actually developmental editing for for seeding, right? And seeding is basically just foreshadowing, or in your case actually seeding, because seeding in my case is foreshadowing, but in your case it's actually seeding clues, right? So I'll show you an example like about here, chapter 16, right? And I dropped one line. Where the hell is it? No, it's here, chapter 17. It's somewhere here. Oh yeah, here. Chapter 18 in this one line, right? And look, somebody says like, this line makes so much more sense now, because like in chapter 305, the rest of this mystery got unfolded. So like, developmental editing in terms of seeding stuff, I'm very good at. And that's the big thing with mystery books, because Horizon, my book, is written kind of like a mystery book in that sense. People are able to solve a lot of it beforehand. Or do you use like any software like pro writing it? pro-writing it is pretty awesome, and they have like thriller, young adult, mystery. They have a mystery section, yeah. And if you when you're done editing and pro-writing it, you can actually get a feedback report. So they'll show you, they'll tell you like the strengths of your book, the plot, story, everything. And these are like kind of some of these change depending on your genre. I'm not sponsored, by the way. I would love to get sponsored by them. I'd love to get any sponsor so I could publish my book sooner. But they give you like a feedback report like this. You can do a 3 per day with my package I got. So it tells you the strengths, fast-paced action, right? Sharp dialogue, the characters, intriguing. Yeah. But yeah, I use Google Docs too for my main writing. But I mean like editing software. Because honestly, if you can turn around your drafts fast enough, you can get pro-writing it for 1 month and just do all your drafts and just only pay for 1 month. I got it on like Black Friday sale though. I have the premium package, I think. Yeah. If you can manage like $10 and just get the premium package for 1 month and have all your chapters and drafts and everything already, so that you can just edit it with pro-writing it and then do the rewrite and edit again all within a month and get like the most out of your money, I'd say try that, or try like some free writing software. Don't try ChatGPT and those stuff though, because those destroy the flow of reading. Right. But yeah, when you send the link, I'll check out your stuff. I assume you send it on like a Google Docs sheet or something. But yeah, this kind of stuff is, the editors will basically give you one of these, I assume. I'll ask them if they want it before I hire them, because a critique report is everything. Yeah, I use pro-writing it a lot, but it takes time to edit on this. And then this might be like, people don't usually show how pro-writing actually works. They just tell you, go buy pro-writing it, they sponsor this video, but like, I would never do that if I don't use it, and I wish I bought the lifetime package. But yeah, like intriguing characters, unique setting, right? Compelling mystery. I usually have this compelling mystery because most of my chapters seed something for the bigger mystery of the story, right? And I wasn't expecting it to pick up on this, honestly, because it got super specific and it picked up the mystery I was trying to set. And I was like, wow, it got the subtext really well. So they made the software good. Right, and then they have plot, characters, tension, point of view. Right, setting, style. Style is also very important. Keep that consistent. Clarity. So you're gonna want to focus on clarity. Clarity, have a compelling mystery, and witty dialogue. If you can do those 3, peak fiction mystery book. At least from what I know. This one you don't really have to focus on that much, honestly. Like, how many words have you written total? I'd say like first book, so I'll say like what, 500,000 words total so far, maybe 300,000. I'm at like around 2 million, and my writing style only now like I'm now absolutely sure of what it is. But it took me like 500,000 to figure out my writing style. Oh, you need pacing too, yeah. This is the most important thing, I think. Potential improvements. I always have this, and I always have this. Because when you're writing serialized books, your chapters are shorter. I write like 2,000 word chapters. So I can't have all the character development that they have because they compare you to I'm in fantasy section, right? So they compare you to books like these. And these chapters are like 7,000 words. So they can shove a whole character arc into every chapter. But I have to take like 10 chapters to do that. What the hell are these? Oh, these are the next. Oh, but now this book ends. I'm just going to read the ending. So they just happily ever after, I guess. Okay. Right, so you're at about 100,000 words. Yeah, you don't have to stress writing style at like that many. Like Brandon Sanderson says, like it takes around. Well, he says like 3 books, 3 like regular books, so like 300,000 words for fantasy. But I would say it takes 3 plots to like figure out your writing style. So like, you know, as you get more feedback and figure out what feedback you want to listen to and what you don't want to listen to, you'll figure out your writing style. Because I get a lot of feedback that would improve my book, but it would betray my style, right? Like I have a lot of feedback, like for example, people want to know more of what like one character is thinking about, right? But my writing style is focused on third person omniscient, so we don't have to get into the every one character's head because those people are used to third person limited, where they're in the character's head, right? So I'm like, no, we have a big picture book here. This is not like third person limited. So I have to know what feedback to take and what not to take. Otherwise, I end up writing basically a book for somebody else, and then I won't enjoy it, and then I'll just stop writing it. Let me see if I could get like where's the chapter with like I'm looking for the chapter with like Ryoko. Here, December 9th. Oh, here. This one, right? This one unfolded like a mystery plot. Here. Compelling premise. It's a mystery summons, right? Lavish private jet, and a powerful enigmatic billionaire immediately grabs readers' attention. This is like generic mystery book start, right? Some rich dude summons you with no other details. Just he says like, "Yo, come to my mansion for dinner." That's literally how like murder mysteries start. Come to the Lord's mansion for dinner. Lights go off, thunder cracks, and then somebody ends up dead, right? And tension is all about how people react to things or how they don't react to things. People seem to fail at realizing that tension comes from non-reaction as well, because the characters don't have to feel any tension for the reader to feel tension. So if there's a bomb under the table, show the reader the bomb, don't show the characters, and let the reader lose their minds as the characters fail to see the bomb, and they just go about their day, and the timer is ticking down. Right, but you also have to commit. So if like it hits 0, the bomb has to go off. You can't just like raise the tension and then not have a thing, because then the next time you try something like that, the reader won't believe you. So you can't bluff. Like when I'm doing like mysterious chapters like this one, tension's a very big thing, because like not knowing raises the tension already. So a mystery book inherently has tension. surface are so damn good. To look at my descriptions. Um, Middlebook syndrome is a Middlebook syndrome is a lack of progress. So you need to add a progress tracking metric, right? Lord of the Rings doesn't really have Middlebook syndrome because we have a map and they're going along the map. For for example, for a mystery book, Middlebook syndrome would hit when like the murder happens. They're getting clues and then it feels like they're running in circles, right? Because they don't. So, for example, if you have a mystery and Middlebook and you lack progress tracking, it's because you're only seeing one perspective. So if you show the villain's perspective, then you don't have Middlebook syndrome, right? Because we can see the villain reacting to the detective. But most mystery books can't do that because showing the villain you get away the mystery, right? And also writing that kind of book, like that's like how I write tension-based books. That's very difficult. So add another metric to to track it. Add a timer or something. Add like I don't know, you have to solve the case within this time or you're fired, or like add like it's a not I'm not saying specifically for you, but I'm saying like as examples, or like it's a serial killer and every time the timer hits zero they kill somebody and the timer resets, right? Or do it like Den of Thieves. In Den of Thieves the movie, the detective and the criminal they both knew who the criminal was, but the thing the detective was trying to prove is like what crime are they going to do, how are they doing it. He was trying to get evidence, right? He knew who was guilty, he just didn't have the evidence. So like for Horizon right now, my audience has Middlebook syndrome because there is no tracking metric, right? I intentionally designed Horizon with no tracking metric because I wanted it to be fully character based. And let me tell you, that is a real pain in the ass. So generally if you give them a tracking metric, they'll react better. That's why like Die Hard and stuff, right? They have a tracking metric. They show you where the villain wants to go. So he's moving, like in Die Hard 2. So the hero has to solve the mystery and get to the boat before the villain. Yeah, but if you establish a sense of progress and give them a target goal for the progress, then it's like a loading bar, like they see the bar moving to 100%. For a mystery book, that's kind of tough though, because like every progress makes you close to the end. Middlebook syndrome for a mystery book. Well, funny enough, right? Murder on the Orient Express did this probably the best, which is why it's like the best. Right, Agatha Christie is the best like friggin' mystery book. Well, from what I know, because surprise, surprise, if a train is going from A to B, and we know like how much further we have to go, the sense of progress is there, because even if the characters aren't doing anything, the train is moving. It literally railroads the story to move forward. But a detective looking around in a fantasy city, it's a bit harder because like the audience doesn't know what the end goal is. Because I assume they don't know who the criminal is, the suspect is, right? Who the person is, right? That's why like murder mysteries on like boats and ships and planes and stuff are like easier to write because you have this. You have we need to do this before we land or before we get to the next station, because then like they'll disappear off the train. We need to solve this case before the train stops. So like the Batman does this well, right? The Batman movie with Robert Pattinson, that's a good example of this. Because the Riddler doesn't just kill one person. He kills a string of people who are connected. So the trick is, can you find the connection? And every person he kills is a clue. So as the hero fails, the audience gets more clues to solve the mystery. And fun fact, I solved the mystery of the Batman. I knew he was gonna attack the levees before he said it. Because you can actually solve the mystery of it. Because they show you it from the start, right? They show you like the shot of like because the mystery is not in just the clues, it's in the cinematography, right? So Batman couldn't solve the mystery, but the audience could, which is something you can do. But like it's better to have your detective be competent, because in the Batman, he's only been Batman for like 1 year, so he's like very new, so it's okay for him to fail. But like if you're going with like a Sherlock Holmes style, you want him to win. But like the way they did was that every time he failed, every time somebody died, he got more clues, and eventually he put them all together and he solved he captured the person. That's the trick. But normally they just have the story move itself, like ships, boats, planes, that kind of stuff. Fat detective. I mean, the Batman is the best one, honestly. In the murder. A good way to would be like to have a suspect from the start. If he basically knows who the hell did it, but has to get the proof before like, they do it again, that'd be like a solid one. But I have no idea how your book is written, so I can't really like get specific. And there's Middlebook Syndrome, something you deal with a lot. Cause I don't really. But I have it kind of with Horizon because it has no progress, but like other books are really. Undercover in college, 4 years. I mean, dude, have you seen 22 Jump Street? Because, like, you're writing to 22 Jump Street. You're writing this movie. But the main difference with this movie and your book is that this movie's time frame is 1 semester, it's 3 months, right? So if you want to avoid Middlebook Syndrome, the less time seems the better. I don't know, what crime do they do? Is that murder? Is it like a bombing? Because a real easy plot for like a murder mystery that college would be like, this guy's a bomber, right? Or he has a improvised explosive something, right? Or it's a shooter, and they're like, this person is gonna shoot up the championship football game that's gonna be here in like 6 weeks. Yeah, this person is gonna shoot up the championship football game that's gonna be here in 6 weeks. So we have 6 weeks to find out who they are before they kill everybody in the crowd, right? That's like a very basic one off the top of my head. But yeah, the shorter the time from the less likely Middlebook Syndrome is to get. Like my Marvel book is gonna have serious Middlebook Syndrome, because for the readers especially, because like the time frame is years. Like it goes from him being 16 to him being like 40 something, 50 at the end of the book. And like it's a lot of progress I have to do. But yeah, you should check out 22 Jump Street. It's a funny movie. Comedy. But yeah, time frames is how you do it. Time frames and progress. So once you can show progress, it'll be fine. But like, if you show the time frame in the audience's face, they might get annoyed. All things to think about. "21 Jump Street" is good too, but that's less of a mystery. But remember, these movies are comedies first, not mysteries first. A good mystery movie would be like Mission Impossible Fallout. Mission Impossible Fallout is a good example. Because this isn't really a heist. It's a character mystery, right? It's a bunch of character mysteries put together. But the trick is, this character mystery, you can't really solve it. Like, the clues are there, but it's a mystery second. It's a heist spy thriller first. That's the trick to it. So you wanna like you wanna have like you can use this as a base, but this is like if somebody wrote a mystery without doing like the second draft I was telling you about, where they go through and they make sure that there are clues and you can solve the mystery. They skip that in this movie because this is about entertainment. It's not about like predicting the plot twist. Plus, you can predict the plot twist, but like the fact that it's a movie and there are two big stars, right? You know one that was going to be the villain, so like that makes it easy, right? But for a book when nobody knows your characters beforehand, the second draft where you go through and they plant the clues is vital. Have you ever seen those movies? I'm probably gonna stream for like a few more minutes and I'm gonna log off. I have to get to write it. I'm probably gonna eat, then I'm gonna go sleep. Mystery books look fun. Don't forget to send the link to yours. I want to read it. I'm always interested in reading aspiring writers' books. Okay, I think I'm gonna stay on for like 2 more minutes. I'm getting too hungry now. Make sure there's nothing else. Do I need to timestamp anything? I'll timestamp it after. Actually, no, it's in the very start of the. It's in the start of the stream. Yeah, I'll do the timestamp it. Okay, I'm gonna head out. It was a fun stream, y'all. Way shorter than I expected because I'm hungry. What was that? I will once I finish editing. I changed the intro, so some parts of the story has to change. Yeah, lots of people change chapter 1 after they finish the book because things later on change everything. So like Brandon Sanderson, he's very open about the fact like he writes the entire book, then changes or cuts out like the first 3 chapters because the characters change as he's writing. But for a mystery, it's like maybe the specifics of the mystery itself will change. So, you know, you need to adjust for that. But yeah. I am done streaming for tonight. So hopefully, ideally I'll record my next video and edit it and upload it this coming week. I wanna do a few of them at the same time. So yeah, we should have that coming. Yeah, man, I'm always happy to help and to talk to people. I learn a lot from y'all. Have a good one. See ya.